Well, I won't be long one day. Can you hear me? I won't be long. I won't be a minute. I'm 14 minutes late. I'm just starting to doze a bit. So I'll just try and set this up. So it's a bit complicated getting this thing sorted. Can't see me, can you? Here I am. Woo! Won't be long. I'll sort this out. I'm a bit dozy. I just went a bit I don't know, I went a bit kind of drifty then. Didn't realise this time. Right, so guests, invite the guests. Copy. Getting good at this now, anyway, so now I'll put the thing on. There we go. Ping, ping, paste. Oh, I think. What's it doing? There we go. Oops, all right. That should work. I wonder. If I'm awake, I'll drive by. Positive energy. Cool. Hope you do, because you're featured on it. Wait till you see what I do in a minute. Yeah, just listen if you want. It's cool. If you want to come up a bit, you can do. You know, cool. I'm doing it now. Right, here we go. Check this works. Whoops. Hold on a minute. Oh, weird. This is going to make it last there. Hopefully. Well, I might do some funny bits on here. Just took the CD out, put another one in. Also do. I wonder if he got. Oh, he's coming up, love. I don't know what it sounds like. Oh, you want a private chat? I know how you do that. How do you get the wrong button? Look at that, look at that. Wrong button. Morning, everyone. Oh, evening. Maybe. Morning. So, yeah. Over 7 years. About 7 years and 3 months. 5 different hospitals have been moved around, experimented around. I didn't realise that. Loads of different crazy fucking bills. Ever since I've had this particular channel, I had one before, but went to hospital, I got took down. hospital. I've been kind of like, you know, well, you know, shunted around from different hospital to hospital. You're very, very, very old, I bet. Pardon? Say that again, Wanderlove. Say that again, love. I didn't hear what you said, love. Hard going back and forth through different hospitals. Yeah, it is. You've got to meet new people every time and different regimes. And some hospitals more secure than others. Some ultra secure where they've got all wire on the windows. You know, you can hardly see out of the windows. It's massive wire, you know, disgusting, horrible wire grills. You can hardly see out of the fucking windows, you know. It's like a mesh with little round holes in it, you know. It's horrible. You can hardly open the windows. You can only open the windows a little bit, you know. Really shitty food. Some of that. Really shitty. Sorry? Can you get near your mic or something? A bit quiet. Wonder? I said we have that. Yeah, you know, I said that we, yeah, I just got the volume on full. Hang on. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, yeah. Okay. What did you say? Go on, sorry. I was saying in Minnesota we have a state hospital that's like that with the wiring all over. Yeah, it's really shit, isn't it? You feel like you're in Guantanamo or something. You're not in a orange jumpsuit, you know. It's a bit like that. You've not got a hood over your head. You know what I mean? It's a bit like that, I guess. Well, it can't be a bit like that. You know, Guantanamo's going to be well worse, but you know what I mean? It's really sick, isn't it? It's sick, the psychological system, you know, it's bollocks. It's no good for anyone's health. Exactly. I do know what you mean. None of the drugs do what they say. It is. They don't care what they're doing. No, they don't give a fuck what they're doing to your body, to your mind, to your fucking spirituality, you know. I have to override it all. I have to fucking fight the bastards every morning when I get up, you know. Right. You know, I have to fight for my spirit, you know. It's fucking God-given spirit or whatever it is. Well, don't let them break you. No, they won't. They won't. No, they won't. So, it's your sister that has you locked up, or? Sorry? Is it your sister that can get you out of the hospital, you said? No, I've got through the hoops now. I'm actually informal now, but I'm still on their fucking drugs. Yeah. Because I don't want to give them any excuse to let me recessed and then resection. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. They call it section, yeah, under the mental health system, or they call it in America. They call it section as well. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, but it's the same thing, and then you got to work your way through. Yeah, it's a real heavy pile of shit, because you can do complete bullshit about you. It's all misconstrued, everything you say to, you know. Making out, you know, you've got delusions and you're this, that, and the other. They were calling me, you know, when I was talking about, you know, I was pointing out to one of the other patients, I said, look at that shit up in the sky, and he was saying, oh, fucking hell, you know, they actually written it down. I've got this in writing, in official fucking paperwork that I've got conspiracy theory, it's kind of mania about chemtrails this fucking lot. It's all written down. One day I'm going to publish all that shit. Because when the cover finally blows on all this shit, I'll fucking publish it and be damned. I don't give a fuck.
There you go. I see Rose is in the chat. She says, nope, they don't care.
No, they don't give two shits about you. They don't give a fuck for your mental health. All they're doing is keeping you in the hospital as long as possible. And the last thing they want...
Get as much money.
Yeah, the last thing they want to do is actually move you on. Do you know why?
No, what do you think? I think it's because they keep your money.
Yeah. Not only that. Not only that. They what they do is they have to work. And if they're getting you out of hospital, they have to get everything in place to get you out of hospital.
Oh yeah.
They have to find you accommodation and shit like that.
Social workers don't like to go through that much work here in America. I know that.
Yeah, well, it's not that. It's not only that. It's the doctors. As long as they're keeping you on the section, they're quite happy to keep you on the section and take the money for keeping me up.
And the drugs they are giving you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're just quite happy. It's a money printing mechanism, isn't it? And meanwhile, the poor patients are suffering. You know, I've cried for other patients, you know. There's a guy in the other hospital, right? Gentleman, and he's a gentleman, and he's a proper working lad. He used to do groundwork, you know, digging out roads, digging in the trenches for, water piping, gas piping, and all that lot. You know what I mean? He wasn't installing fucking 5G. Right, he's doing something useful, you know. He's a good hard working lad. And he had this altercation with someone at work. This is how he got into hospital. He had this altercation with someone at work. And this guy went for him or something. And he had a knife in his hand. He was eating his dinner or something like that, you know. And he had a knife in his hand. And he stabbed this guy in the backside. I don't think he really caught him or anything like that. But because he used a knife, yeah.
They locked him up in there.
Yeah, they locked him up. Do you know how long this poor bastard's been in hospital? And he's a really nice guy. 33 fucking years.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he's about 65 now. He's still in hospital.
Holy shit.
And I looked him to bits, you know. We used to, hold him. I used to cut his hair for him and, we'd talk and, we'd have a laugh and all that lot. When we could, in between the drugs and we weren't feeling too shit, We used to play pool. He was a fantastic pool player. Really good at pool. But he was a really nice bloke. It wasn't insane.
And they made him out to be, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's criminal. They're doing. These fucking psychiatrists, they can pick any person off the street, any bod, it can be anybody. And they can be in a smart suit, they can be in rags, they can be, average, just, walking down the road, average looking guy. They could be a posh looking guy, they could be, rich or poor or whatever. They could pick any person off the street and they could find fault with them and give them a mental illness, a mental condition.
Yeah, and then say, well,
so anyone who gets in an argument, say someone gets in an argument for whatever reason and loses it and something happens. Right. Do something slightly out of character for that moment because they allow themselves to be so wound up by some complete arsehole, and they get all the fucking shit for it. And they can do years and years and years in hospital called schizophrenic, manic depressive,
whatever they decide to tag you with.
Personality disorder, fucking dysfunction. They
come up with more and more disorders, I swear, every day.
Schizophrenic.
In 1952, there was 162. I read up on it. There was 162 in the DSM, which is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. And it's basically the Bible that the psychiatrists use to diagnose mental conditions. And it's now, when this book was printed in 2014, it had gone up to something like 346 from 162 in 19. Did I say 62? No, I think it was 52. 1952, 162 or something. I'll get the book. I'll have a look.
That's crazy. And I say, well, crazy. They don't like it when you read it, do they?
Yeah, we've got a cup. Sorry, this is gross. I've got a chest infection. Yeah. Right. Here we go. Number of health conditions. What? Yeah. Why is psychiatry such big business? Okay. I'm reading the back of the book. There are more than 50 million antidepressant prescriptions in England alone each year. This was in 2014. That will have gone up now. Why, without solid scientific justification, has the number of mental disorders risen from 106 in 1952 to around 370 today? That was in 2014. So there's probably about 400 odd now. Yeah? Wow. From 106. So what's happened to people's minds since that time? Nothing. They've just invented more fucking conditions. Exactly. Yeah, psychological therapist James Davies is the guy who wrote the book. The book's called Cracked. Yeah, it's called Cracked. You know, like a glass cracked or cracked window, James Davies, Davies. Cracked, it's called. Why psychiatry is doing more harm than good. And one of the commentators has written on it, should be read by every doctor, by everyone in politics and the media, not to mention any concerned citizen. Yes, so this is his sort of brief biography. Psychological therapist James Davies uses his insider knowledge to illustrate how psychiatry has put riches and medical status above patients' well-being, with a damning charge sheet, negative drug trials buried. Yeah, antidepressants are no better than placebos. Manipulated research. Cracked reveals the true human cost of an industry, which is what it is, that, in the name of helping others, has actually been helping itself. And somebody else has written, if in the world of psychiatry, the DSM, that's the Diagnostical and Statistical Manual, is holy scripture, Cracked. This book, is a heretical text.
A friend of mine, they did what do you call that? The electric shock therapy on him?
Electric shock therapy, yeah.
He ended up killing himself.
Fucking hell, convulsive therapy, yeah.
Yeah, and then he killed himself afterwards, like not even a year later he killed himself in his own garage in his house. It was just horrible. He was doing just
in his own garage with the pipe to the exhaust.
exactly.
Yeah.
It was sad. It was horrible, and it's just sad that they can get away with that shit with people. You know, that they just want to just fuck with people that bad.
Well, you know what that shit does to your brain? It just fucking wipes out half your memory banks and half your fucking emotions and all that lot.
Exactly.
Yeah. It just blows your mind to bits.
Hi, beat after beats in chat.
There was a woman at one of the hospitals I was at.
Grab the link, beat.
When she first came in.
Yeah.
When she first came in, I could talk to her. She talked about her family. She talked about her daughters. She talked about her ex-husband. I think her husband had died. She talked about her husband. She was depressed, yeah, but, you know, she didn't need shock treatment. She could talk. She could be normal. And they went and blasted her with the shock treatment, yeah. She went away. She said, I'm going away for some treatment for a few days. I said, what's that? She said, oh, they're going to give me some therapy. I said, what kind of therapy is that? She said, electrotherapy. I said, you sure that's all right? You know, I'm sure you're going to be all right. Do you think that's a good idea? I've heard some bad tales about that. She said, well, you know, I'm not getting any better and all this lot. And, you know, I've tried all the tablets and none of the tablets are working because none of them do work.
Right.
So they feel they've got to try the last fucking resort, which is blasting their head with electricity. It's ridiculous.
It is.
Because none of the fucking tablets work. All they need is fucking understanding and talking therapy to talk them back to sort of a good feeling about themselves and a feeling of hope and security and caring and love, you know.
Yeah,
and they're valued and they should value themselves.
He was on lots of pills afterwards too, and he just said he wished he could make all them pills one, you know. Oh, I wish I could make these all one. And then he went home, and my neighbor went and checked on him. He was doing fine, and then the next morning when we woke up, he didn't answer his door, and they heard something with his truck going in his garage, and yeah, it was too late.
Oh shit, man. Yeah, the engine's chugging over. Yeah.
Thank you, B.
The engine was still running, yeah?
Yeah, the engine was still running.
They'd probably been dead for a couple of hours or something.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, that's sad.
I don't think if they wouldn't have shot him, he would have been just fine. But in all the pills, like I said.
Yeah.
I mean, Rose down in chat, and beat after beat is down in chat, and Rose says a lot of those drugs, experimental, I think they use people as their guinea pigs.
Yeah, they do. They do, that's what they're doing.
They don't care about us. They care about
it's almost like, yeah, it's like an experiment, isn't it? And then if the patient dies for whatever reason, because the drugs are having adverse effects or whatever, then they slice the brain open and all that fucking lot, you know what I mean?
I understand where you're coming from, yes.
Yeah, they'll have an autopsy and all that lot, and they'll have a blah, and I say, oh, natural causes and all that lot, but it won't be natural causes, will it? It'll be the gradual toxins building up in the fucking system, because nobody knows what the fuck farmers putting in these products, do they?
Big pharma, you know, they control the money.
No one can understand the shit that's written on the box anyway.
It's true.
You can constituent bloody fucking blah, and you know, to make a new drug, all they have to do is alter one sort of tiny bit of the ingredient or whatever, and they can call it another tablet, and they can give it another name. So one might be called Iperidol, and another one called Big Farmadol or whatever, whatever. Farmadol, you know what I mean? That sounds good, doesn't it? Sounds like a tablet, doesn't it? Farmadol. Just take that in you. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what they do, and I think it's all over the world, for mental illness. They don't realize depression is depression. We all get depressed, We've all been there.
To talk you out of it and give you hope and give you something not to be depressed about,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
Pills, just giving you pills is just going around the problem. It's not solving anything at all.
Right.
I mean,
the world needs more love.
What it's actually doing, though, is still disabling a lot of people's minds. So that these people, and a lot of people that are a bit on the crazy spectrum, if you like, even if they are a bit out there,
who cares?
Highly intelligent.
Very.
But that's the last thing they want is anyone with any intelligence or any handle on what's fucking going on. Yeah? They want everyone's brain screwed over, so they can't fucking think, and so they won't protest. They're just docile, aren't they?
Right. I agree with Pete that depression is a disease.
It's turned them into fucking sheep, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, and that's
although they're not, they might be still anti-government, anti-tyranny, and anti-this, that, and the other, but they're not following what's going on because they're so blown out. They can't fucking think. They can't see the wood for the trees because they're just under a fucking fog. You're in a fog.
Right. There's no reason to lock people up because, of mental illness.
No.
I thought they figured that back with Pennhurst and all that stuff, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The shock treatment they gave all them people.
Yeah.
Walking around with no... Little zombies.
Yeah. And then before the shock treatment, I'm not sure which came first. I think it was lobotomy before the shock treatment. Fucking frontal lobotomy, taking away your frontal cortex or whatever,
Yeah, I know people used to say, I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy, and I used to go, well, that ain't very funny.
I'd rather have a fucking 45, you know what I mean, than a frontal lobotomy.
Right. Well, that ain't curing it, I mean, there's no cure. There's diseases you can't cure. There's stuff you can't cure. You can make yourself feel better, and you can, keep the demons away maybe, but you're not going to cure it.
You are if it was a 45, Colt 45.
Yeah, well, I guess that would do it, but I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that.
I would if they were threatening me with a frontal lobotomy next week. And
I guess
got to have it because you need treatment because it's therapy for you and it's prescribed.
Force that.
If you refuse it, we're gonna truck mark you down and make you have it anyway. And if you had access to a Colt 45, we've got one smuggled into the hospital. I'd sure blow my brains out. Yeah, of course.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's scary. I guess
the best way.
Yeah, you're gonna take away my brain.
Yeah.
That's my personality right there. You're taking away.
Exactly. It's taking your soul away as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Because I know your brain isn't your heart.
Yeah, lobotomy was first.
But it's linked. It's linked because you've got your left and your right brain, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
And one's more creative, and one's more analytical, one's more kind of feeling, and one's more kind of robotic, if you know what I mean,
Right.
or automatic. One side's more creative, and one side's, an artistic and stuff like that, and the other one's more kind of analytical and day-to-day getting tasks done.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're gonna cut the front of my brain out and think that's gonna make me better. I don't know in anybody's world what would make you think cutting part of somebody's brain out is gonna make them feel any better.
Yeah. The only reason you'd ever cut into a brain is if it had a fucking cancer and it was the only way of saving the person's life. And that would be very risky, and they might come back with some quality of life and actually might be okay. But to take the whole fucking frontal cortex away or whatever, it's just totally screwed.
Yeah, your crucial thinking, everything's out of there. So how does they think that's going to be a productive life?
Yeah. It's like, drilling into your pineal gland or something and taking that out, taking away the creativity and spirituality and, and connection to the universe and all that, and the third eye job, or whatever. The seeing through this kind of cosmic kind of spiritual portal, if you like,
Right.
I don't know if you've ever done psychedelics and stuff like that. I have in the past.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like the mushrooms.
Yeah, I used to love them. I mean, I don't take them now at my age, but I used to love them.
Why is that? Why do you think you can't?
Well, maybe I would do one day. I always used to say when I was a young man, because I used to love them. I used to love them to bits. I used to love acid. Back in the day, you used to be able to get really nice acid. It didn't give you all the shit and everything, But also back in the day, every now and again, you got really crappy acid with loads of strychnine in it, which would give you lockjaw. Your jaw and lock up really solid. You could hardly.
I've tried that. I wouldn't do the acid nowadays, but the mushrooms nowadays are good. Brain cancer, that is terrible. I knew someone who had lung cancer had spread to the brain.
Well,
what was that?
The mushrooms are natural and they've been used for thousands of years.
Yeah. And I just...
So have you ever tried salvia?
I did one time, and that stuff made me giggle so much, and then it felt like I was tripping real for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. You come down really quick, but you go up, and if you get the strongest salvia you can get, mine was about the strongest one I could get was something like, I think it was 60 times or 80 times it was called or something. 80 times normal potency or something like that. Yeah, and you got a little test tube type jar full of it, 3/4 full of it, test tube with it. And it was sort of very dark green colour.
Oh, yeah.
And you put that in the pipe, you put like, I don't know, sort of like, one of those little child's teaspoons that they'd have in a doll's house.
Yeah. The small ones.
Not more than 2 of them you'd need in there. And you'd get a full-on, completely psychedelic acid trip, if you like. When you're at the full peak of acid.
Yeah.
You'd go up like a rocket and be at full peak within a minute. And you'd be up there for about a minute and a half, and then you'd be down. Then you'd be coming down for a minute and a half. But when you come out of it, you've got a really nice feeling, and you can think perfectly clearly. Unlike when you've been acid for 12 months, your mind's a bit scrambled.
It's natural. There's a lot of people that use mushrooms and they microdose to keep themselves from being depressed.
Yeah. There's a lot. In fact, they were starting to do research. I don't know what's happening with that now, but a few years back, not many, I was reading that they were doing research into magic mushrooms for helping with various things, alcoholism, for instance, and stuff like that, And they were working well in the trials. I don't know who's still trialing them.
I know in the Netherlands they use them. I know the Netherlands have a lot more. They're more open than the rest of us.
Yeah, they're more relaxed.
Yeah.
I know some states will legalise cannabis and that. So cannabis has never been a big thing for me. Well, it used to be at one stage when I was a very young man, between ages of, leaving school 16 to 21. I was using it, but I quit then because I thought it's just scrambled my mind up. I used to live with these guys. We set up, there's a couple of old hippie guys that did most of the legal work. But we set up a housing cooperative, like a shared house.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yes, in Amsterdam, in chat. Amsterdam would be a good place to live.
Yeah, I guess. But look at the farmers in Holland now. They've been treated by the WF.
That's true. That's true. Well, in America, I know there's two states, David, that have mushrooms that you can grow. I know Colorado's one. And I thought California was the other one. That you can buy mushrooms and grow them legally in that state.
Yeah, at one point here in England, probably about 20 years ago, you could buy mushroom kits and were legal.
Yeah.
You could buy them. They weren't psilocybin, but they were related to psilocybin. There was some, I think there were a Mexican one, and they were kind of a light brown colour, and loads would come up, and you got this little tray, and they just give you everything, and you just water them, and they'd all come up. And, they were pretty damn good. But, what you used to do is you'd eat them, and then just try and get them to grow again, you know what I mean? But they wouldn't, kind of, you'd grow a few, but there'd be smaller ones, and the mycelium, the roots and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to last that long in the soil that was in the pot, the compost stuff. Yeah, so they did sprout new ones after you picked them, but not many. So basically, you just had to grow them and then pick them all and then eat them all. Yeah.
Rose Jean said her boyfriend.
They weren't that expensive. They were good stuff, and they were actually legal at one point. You could go to. I used to buy them in a place called Stockport near Manchester. There was a shop there. They used to do that, and they used to do hydroponic lightings for cannabis people and all that, and all the pipes and all that jazz. And the salvia was legal as well. You could get that. And you could get that up till about 20, I don't know, 20, let me think, well, 20 years, I'm trying to think.
Rose Jean, I have never heard of anything called Special K.
Have
you?
Yeah, it's ketamine.
It's ketamine, okay.
I think so, yeah. I think that's what they call Special K, yeah.
She said her boyfriend tried it and said he'd never do it again. He said everything looked like it was melting.
It's weird stuff. You get into a cat hole, and you're just like, you're stuck in it, and you're just like a total, I don't know, you're just totally kind of just ape really, in a way. It's really weird.
Yeah, I know that.
I remember buying pills, popping knees and all that lot. I used to do quite a lot of these and stuff like that. And some of them were mixed with ketamine, and they weren't good. No.
Okay, I've never tried it.
Didn't like them at all. No, you don't want to. Don't bother with ketamine at all.
No, that's one I know. I've seen people on it. I think you can get it in Colorado. I think it's legal there.
Really? Well,
yeah.
Strange.
Yeah, Colorado and California is more the ones that, were the opening for most of the marijuana in the states. And now I think there's like 20-some states that have it legal in some form or another,
Yeah.
I know where Roadhog Kennel is in Illinois. It's legal recreational there in Illinois.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't use ketamine now, does he?
No, he don't. No.
He'll actually weed's legal in Illinois.
Yeah, that's legal. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's legal there in that state, in Illinois. In Minnesota, where I'm from, it's medical only.
It's what?
Medical. You can get medical marijuana only.
Oh, you mean CBD oil or whatever?
No, they got THC too, but you have to get a doctor to give you a prescription for it. If that makes sense.
A fast amount, I don't know why.
Different area, pharmaceutical, they want to make money off of it.
Yeah. So they're making money not just from the drug, but they're making money, the doctors are making money who's prescribing it, yeah?
Yes, a lot of people will just go to the doctor to get it, and they be like...
So they're getting lots of money, basically, aren't they?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Rose Jean says it's legal where I live.
Yeah.
Is it legal in England?
Only the CBD oil stuff, not cannabis.
Oh.
Not cannabis now.
Beat after Beat said he just got his Michigan medical marijuana card.
Oh, cool.
And Rose Jane says she lives in Illinois and it's legal there, where she lives.
Does Rose smoke it? She smoke it, Rose.
Rose, do you smoke it? Beat said I paid $60 for the card. Oh, that ain't bad.
Yeah, that's alright, yeah. But it's funny how you have to pay for the card. If he hadn't paid for it, he wouldn't have been.
That's to the state.
It's just a scam, innit?
Yeah, the state is making the money for the card.
Yeah, that was stupid, isn't it?
The state of Colorado and the state of California, if it wasn't for the marijuana they sold, they probably wouldn't get as much money as they do because their taxes are 20-some%.
Yeah, it's lie, aren't they? It's lie.
Yeah.
You have to have a card, you have to have this, that, blah. So the doctor, you have to pay for the card. And
that's what Beat said. The state of Michigan got the $60 for the card. Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that something?
Yeah. Nuts, isn't it? How long does the card last? Does it last 3 months and then you got to renew it?
I think it's a year. Beat after Beat.
Well, there you go. I was thinking it probably a year and then you got to renew it. Yeah, it's like a tax disc on a car over here. You pay it every year.
Yeah, same here with us.
Yeah, I don't think they have tax discs anymore because they can tell whether you paid your own tax by your number plate now.
Rose says no, she don't.
Pardon?
Rose says no, she don't smoke anymore, but she did when she was younger.
Yeah, she's like me. Yeah, it tends to screw your head up if you're not in a good place. If you kind of suffer from depression, and obviously Rose has been there, like I've been there. It can take you down a really dark hole.
I've been depressed too. Mine is good until 2025.
So if you're in Sunny Jamaica or something, and you're not in Kingston where all the guns are popping, you know what I mean? If you
Exactly. Like that new drug.
On the beach and all that lot, and you're having fun and all that lot, and you've got a job to do, and you've got this, that, and the other, and you've got good friends around with you, you know, you're going to feel good, aren't you? You've got the sun, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the sea's fun and, you know, beautiful, you know, friends and stuff. You know, it's a lot more conducive to having a good experience, isn't it? If you're living in a shithole with the roof leaking over your bed, like Rose Jane apparently, as she was telling me before, poor girl, and you know, it sucks, doesn't it? And plus, sucks for marijuana to chill out, and then
sometimes
the heavens manifested is open, you know.
Beat after beat says mine is good till
open, you know.
Oh yeah, the climate change, I know. Here in Minnesota, the snow we used to get when I was a kid in the 70s.
Yeah.
We don't even. I mean, we used to jump out of our windows upstairs and shovel our doors out, and I haven't had to do that in the last. I'm 55 years old, so
yeah.
It's been a long time since I've had to do that.
I'm older than you, Wanda. Yeah.
I know Beat After Beat's 55. He's the same age as I am.
Yeah.
He's in the chat. And he said that his is good till for a year. 2024, the card. So $60 for a year. And then if he gets caught with marijuana, he can't get in trouble for it.
No, because
he has the card for him.
But have you got to carry the card on you all the time?
In Minnesota, you don't. But I'm not sure. He's in Michigan, so I'm not sure how it is.
You should register on a database so that they know you've got the card.
That's what they do in Minnesota.
Yeah, they register on a database and they know you've got the card. So if you get marijuana, they just know you're on a database or not.
And they want you to keep your marijuana in the containers that like you do with your pills. You're supposed to keep them in the containers. They come in with the script on them. That way they can't say, well, that's illegal weed or that's illegal whatever. But I don't know how you can do that, because if you have a cart or something, or, you know, you buy joints, how are you going to show that that's your prescription?
Yeah, I know. Crazy.
They like to make money off of you, though. That's the way it is.
They like to piss people around, don't they, more than anything?
Yes, they do. Rose says she's 57, so she's...
Yeah, she was saying before the chat, actually. She said, I'm not telling you how old I am. And I wrote back, you don't nick yours. Said, you never ask a woman, a lady, how old she is. And then Rose promptly put up, I'm 57. Good for her. I'm older than you as well, Rose. I'm almost a fossil.
Beat After Beat says I can have up to 15 plants in his apartment a month. Wow.
50 plants a month in his apartment?
15.
Oh, 15. Not 50. 50. I was going to say that's a lot. So you have 15 plants. You can grow 15 plants, and you can go and get the medical cannabis as well.
I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I think you can.
That's really weird, isn't it?
Yeah. You can have, I think it's
encouraging. No, it's almost encouraging you to become a drug supplier, isn't it, or dealer?
Yeah,
if you're allowed to do that.
Right, you grow your own plants.
I think you lose your job at Walmart or something if you do some shitty job, you know.
There's one thing.
Your job at Walmart, you got 15 plants growing in
you got to make yourself few $1,000 there. Huh?
Yeah, you can make a few bucks, can't you? You know what I mean? Get yourself out of a scrape, pay the mortgage off, pay the board, but it's
Funny.
I know.
Make you an illegal drug dealer. Road says it's GMO.
It's like they're doing it. They don't give a shit. They're just plain garbage. They don't care if someone turns into a drug dealer. They're all happy with that. Because then they get
make more money in prisons that they get.
Pardon?
Yeah. Why are the prisons so full?
It's all control. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. One goes on a gun rampage because it's all good because it creates fear in the papers and scares in the papers. People get fearful. More fearful people get, the less concerned they get for their neighbours and all that lot, the more scared they are to go out, which plays into the whole paradigm of fear all the time. Everyone getting scared to speak about anything now, you know?
Right. Well, because they think you're crazy right away. You're a conspiracy theorist, you're this, you're that.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But you're not, you're not a sheep. You're not a sheep, you're not, that's why they want those.
They're the conspirators.
They want the herd community.
To call us conspiracy theorizers. You know?
Exactly. Because we figure out what they're doing.
Exactly. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, beat after beat says, it is a lot of plants, but I know nothing about planting. Laugh my ass off. Oh, you'll have to learn real quick.
They're really easy to grow.
They are weed.
Yeah, exactly. You can grow them indoors. You can grow them, get some bulbs and, you get like a fishing tank, a fish tank bulb. It's got ultraviolet in it.
Yeah.
But I've grown cannabis without ultraviolet light. I've grown it just with a normal red light bulb. Honestly, it was only
white light bulb,
watts.
but it gives infrared.
White light bulb. You won't be able to do it. No, you won't be able to do it with these LEDs.
Oh, yeah.
I doubt if they'll work. Because there'll be a different light frequency and probably won't produce any THC. Very likely. Just guessing. I don't actually know about that. But I'm just guessing. Because this light isn't healthy, is it? We know that it's not healthy. We know the street lights are not healthy. We know that they're killing the moths and the insects and stuff like that. Because when you look at the modern lights and bright white lights, there's no insects flying around them anymore. But it's the work with the old sodium bulbs and all that lot.
Exactly. When I was a kid, we had the old
the old light bulbs. You have hundreds of moths coming in. You turn your light on in your bedroom and leave your window open in the summer. You have big, massive moths flying around your light bulb.
Yes.
Because I like moths. But when they flew around the light bulb, they used to hit the bulb. I used to turn the bulb off, and then they just settle down because I like them striking their head against the bulb. I felt sorry for them. I thought they must be hurt. So,
it's kind of stupid the way they fly to it.
Yeah, but it's kind of like an instinct, isn't it? So they're flying towards. It's almost as if they're flying towards I don't know, in the natural world, the natural source of light would be like a glowworm or something like that, wouldn't it? Or the moon. So they're flying towards the moonlight, to be in the moonlight,
With the fireflies.
I've been camping. I've been out camping. They're flying straight in the fire.
Right.
Or been camping and one's got into my tent for attacking my tent. And I've gone under the tent and flown straight into the cabin. Yeah. That's crazy.
That is crazy. It is. But now we're supposed to think it's
around
normal.
flame first. Yeah.
True. Well, look at how many animals we've killed off.
I've seen moths. Well, one moth do a circle around the flame before promptly throwing himself into flame.
Into it. Yeah, they will.
Mad. Just like,
Yeah.
5-6 times round, boom. Just crash into the flame. What's that about? Crazy, isn't it? You think they'd be able to tell what fire was compared to moonlight, wouldn't you, somehow?
You would. You definitely would. Pete's saying he'll take gummies, please. He said the gummies I had before last about 4 hours, one gummy.
What's these gummies? What are they? I don't know what they are.
THC gummies.
The what?
THC, marijuana.
Gummies. So they're made of like a kind of a
Candy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says one lasts about 4 hours. That's a strong gummy.
Why would you want to take a gummy when you can make a marijuana cake or a marijuana biscuit or something?
Or brownies, old school brownies.
Yeah, why would you want to take a gummy? Where's the gummies thing come from?
I bought some gummies at the health food store. It had marijuana. I ate one of them and felt spaced out.
No, I was just wondering what's in the gum. What kind of gum is it? Is it
It's like gummy bears.
No, is it? Yeah, but we won't be vegetarian, will it? It'd be like hooves of animals and that.
Yeah, I guess. For several hours.
That's what they usually make gum out of, isn't it? Hooves and stuff.
I think they make these out of Jello and...
Yeah, but gummies are hooves, isn't it?
Jello, yeah.
Hooves of marrow or something, yeah.
They say it lasts for hours that way, though, so...
It might do, but the thing is, so does a good brownie, doesn't it?
Brownies. That's what I ate, too, brownies.
Yeah,
licorice.
Licorice flavour. When I was in cannabis kind of thing, I much preferred eating it to smoking it.
Yes.
The reason for that is it changes the chemistry of it when you burn it. Definitely does that. It has a catalytic effect, I reckon, anyway. Especially if you put tobacco with it, you're just getting yourself hooked on that shit for years, you know what I mean? A lot of kids go, oh, well, I'm going to try marijuana. It's bullshit, you know, if you want to try marijuana, fucking, really insist on trying it. I'm not saying it's a great thing. It didn't do much for me, to be honest with you. Personally, what you want to try it, you smoke it in the pipe or
Oh,
well, you don't smoke it in the pipe because that changes the chemistry. What you do is just eat it and continue, you know what I mean? Or make a pie with it or make a beer with it. Anyway, I'll skip past some of this stuff. Get some interesting stuff on here. Just get interesting, that's all. Skip
that
time.
sounds weird, no, for sure. Oh, well, that's right. Don't know. The same kind of genre or whatever, the same kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. So I do actually eat eggs, so I'm kind of an over vegan. So I'm not really a full vegan anyway because I eat honey, and honey's insect. So that's not. Yeah. So that's not vegan, is it?
Total vegan.
Well, sure. Yeah.
Goose eggs are nice as well. They just taste exactly like a normal egg, but just twice the size, So you don't have to worry about that.
Eggs, which I don't consider to be dairy, because actually eggs are considered to be a dairy product, but really they're not from a cow, are they?
No, they're
cows don't lay eggs. Chickens do. They're not really a dairy product, are they? It's strange how they put it under the same kind of genre or whatever, you know, same kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. So I do actually eat eggs, so I'm kind of an over vegan. So I'm not really a full vegan anyway, because I eat honey, and honey's insect. So that's not. So that's not vegan, is it?
Total vegan.
Well, I'm sure. I'm sure. Total vegan must be dying for honey. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's stuff.
I like honey. We have honey straws that they make around here. I love to put them in my lemonade.
Yeah. Oh, great. Yeah. I'll tell you what I used to like, barley sugar. Have you ever had that?
Really good.
Barley sugar.
A lot of convalescent tea.
No, I don't think I've ever tried that.
Sometimes you get them in little tablets, little sweets. Look it up, barley sugar. And sometimes it comes in twists. It's like a barley twist. It's like a kind of rock. Looks a bit like it. Have you ever seen rock? Have you ever seen seaside rock? They have maybe all the seasides in England. It's a bit like that, I suppose, because they have twists of rock as well. But it's clear, and it's kind of like a orange colour. Or a reddish orange colour. But barley sugar, that's really nice, that. It's really good. It's a really nice form of sugar as well. Natural form of sugar. I'm just going to know if you know what I'm going to do.
What's that?
I'm just going to get a swig of honey. I've got a jar of honey in the cupboard over the side of the rep, so I'm just going to get out and swig it out. I feel like a blast of sugar.
There you go. Do you eat cheese? No, I don't think he eats cheese because that's a cow.
Good point.
Give him some honey. Weed for Dummy book.
I'm just trying to know something.
You can find anything on YouTube. How to make all that stuff on YouTube. How to grow it, everything.
Oh, bollocks. Crisis.
Not the other way, just you couldn't work out how to put that together.
Crazy.
Oh, that's good.
Honestly, feeding this thing, really, I was just right, hang on, so it doesn't keep falling down. I think that's it. Got it in file. Bloody thing. Honestly, I bought it, paid, a fair bit of money for it. Loading plate.
David.
Loading plate, bought it. It was fault with it when I bought it. So I took it back to the shop. And what he did, because he wouldn't have it back, he said when you took it away, there wasn't a hole with it for the fucking mile off. Anyway, I thought it was fucked. So I thought I'd have to get a new brain for it. And I don't have to.
Thanks, Pete. You too, and I hope physical therapy or whatever kind of therapy you go to goes awesome for you. You back?
Well, I'm really
Okay, physical therapy. I was wondering. All right, thanks, Pete. You have an awesome night.
What's happened?
Yeah,
What
talk to someone to speak with. No, it's good fun.
What happened then?
I was talking to
Freak it
Dad.
up, Mal.
What was that?
Freak it up. Who's talking? There's not just. There's more than just two people talking, isn't there?
That's my friend in the background talking.
Oh, in your legs.
Yeah.
All right, I've got you. Say hi to him.
Hi, David says hi, Jay. Hello, he says.
Hello, brother.
Oh.
He's in the other room.
Right. You're a lovely person, Monday.
I'm just kind of reading the chat here a little bit.
Yeah, I'm ready. Because I kind of got totally nauseated out with everything and a bit fucked up before, and you calmed me down. Thanks, Wanda.
You did a good job.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah.
I was worried.
No, I'm okay.
I'm all right.
Sometimes some things can hit you, can't they, you know? We're all under attack, you know. We've had so much shit.
Yeah, we're all in it together, so we all been there.
Yeah.
I'm glad you came out here.
Yeah.
100%.
Sometimes it's good to just, I don't know, to be cathartic to explain something if what's going on. And, you know, you sort of like get a bit upset and then somebody says something, you're sure you're alright, and then floodgates can help sometimes. Sometimes it can help you. I think you have helped me tonight, actually. Very kind.
That's good to them.
No, I'm touched by your concern. You know, I'm alright.
Well, I worry. I do, because I love I always have watched your
Listen, I have to videos. I have to try. If I don't fucking try, I'm gonna die. I've got to get out of here. I want to be out of here before I'm fucking dead. You know, that's my mission. And I want to get out of here on a safe planet. And I put all these fucking bastards bang to rights. With all this stupid fucking institutions and bollocks. You know, all those lying fucking universities, fucking professors and fucking stupid, ignorant fucking scientists that have been meddling with fucking nature in the most heinous fucking
they they're seeing the clouds. We all know what they're doing to the clouds.
They're the real psychos, these people.
Yeah, they are.
Sick people. They're not even psychos, they're fucking monsters. You know, to piss around with fucking genetics. Fuck around with a fucking virus. Yeah? Weapon it. And then have other shit to it. Yeah?
Yeah,
as long as after
I didn't get that jab. I wouldn't go get that jab.
No, after they made it more effectivity from bats to humans, apparently I was going to jump really easily. I don't know how that worked, but I think it was more than that. I think that might have been a bit of a smoke screen, the fact that they were modifying it. I don't know. I think what they were doing was just putting a pure biological weapon in there. You know? Yeah.
What's been going around with 5G and I don't remember them, and when I was a kid having them feed the clouds and all that with the fucking chemtrails, and that was never around when I was a kid, and I used to look up all the time.
Same here.
But now we're conspiracy theories because we believe in chemtrails. Sometimes I think you could play tic-tac-toe on them up there.
Did anyone, I don't know. When I looked at the last live stream I did, before this one, today, I was out for, I don't know, about 4 or 5 hours. And it was just shocking. It was in the countryside, and there was just plane after plane. There must have been over 1,000 planes. In one day.
It's crazy.
Now, I've seen it worse, because I've seen it go totally white out. But what is happening with a lot of that? I think what's happening, because we're a small island.
All the time.
Yeah.
We've got sea on all sides. I spray out to sand at sea and drag it in on frequency. You suddenly get these massive cloud walls. They're already built up. None of it's fucking cloud. Yeah?
No, none of it. It's all from the vapor.
Trails and trails and trails, and then they're sucking it in on frequency, and then you get this fucking scalar wave business and all that stuff, you know, like what used to be called the mackerel sky in the old days, which is a phenomenon you saw occasionally, but not really. It was kind of beautiful back in the day when it was natural. It was. Now it isn't, you know, it might look nice. I mean, nothing is nice. You can look at an oil slick and say, well, that looks nice. Look at the pretty rainbows in the oil on top of the puddle. You know,
That's always right.
Load of oil in the puddle. You know, I remember the kids sitting down and sitting on the curb. You know, in Torino, with the feet in the gutter, looking at a pool of water that had built up, and seeing the beautiful colours in it, and I'm really fascinated by it. I remember getting a stick and swirling it round, watching the rainbow go round, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I was about 4 years old.
Okay.
And I thought it was beautiful, but it was fucking poison.
Right.
Skywatch. You get these stupid Skywatches channels going, oh, look at what a beautiful sunset. What a lovely sunset. How nice of you to send me such a lovely sunset. I never say shit like that. I always say, look at this fucking really weird looking sunset, which is not natural, although it may look beautiful. It's just the colours. You know,
they've changed up.
Yeah. I remember taking one about, it was last summer sometime, and there was one I didn't comment on it at all, but it was, I don't think I've made a particular statement. I didn't actually comment while I was filming it. Well, I was just gobsmacked. It was absolutely beautifully stunning to look at. And I filmed it and held the camera really still for about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 minutes maybe. Probably down to 5 minutes. It was pretty cool.
Rose says they sure are not contrails because it doesn't dissipate. It spreads into a cloud, into a toxic soup. I agree.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know what, but if you don't get bored today, I think that was one of the best streams I did today, actually. I was on form somehow. I had some good connections. There was a lot going on. There weren't many people in the chat and not many, but there was a lot of interaction with the general public and some quite good moments as well. And I was on form, I was on good form. So that's one of the best Skywatch videos I've ever done. And it's on the live stream. I think so anyway. I think there were 3 different people. More than 3. might be yesterday. 3 different people who'd never even noticed it before. You know? Right. The guy from Serbia, he said, wow, I've never seen that shit before. I said, what's going on? He said, what's going on up there or something? You know, I said, oh, it's spraying us like rocks. It's not condensation, is it? Because it would have melted. Hey. He looked at me and he said, yeah, you're right, you know, we give each other a really big, really hard slap on the hand. It was like a recognition. And I went, yeah, Serbia, she former Yugoslavia. He said, yeah. I said, oh, yeah. Because I even fucked about one. He goes, oh, yeah, man, right. So we got that instant connection. And then he knew that I knew that truth. And I didn't believe in the bullshit. If I didn't believe in that shit. Yeah? And because they're all manufactured, all these discords and all these wars and all these fucking enmities between peoples and all that, they're all manufactured. It's the whole fucking lot. Nobody wants to fight anyone else. Ordinary people don't fight ordinary people. Only when they're pushed by evil people. And when they're pushed by evil people, yeah? All you got to do, I mean, if you want to create a conflict, yeah, you can go into a perfect peaceful country where there's no problem for years and years and years. And you can go from one area to another area, yeah? You can plant one bomb over here, one bomb over there. Yeah, one in a Muslim area, one in a Christian area, yeah? And then one walk away and, sit back and watch. Yeah? So you go sit back and sit on the hillside and watch the bomb explode. Yeah? With the time delay on it. Yeah? So you got well out of the way of the bomb. That bomb, one of the bombs goes off, say, 20 minutes later for you to get up on the hill. The second bomb goes off 3 hours later. Okay? So you see what's happened. The bomb, nobody knows who's done it.
We're all panicking in that country like shit.
We can blame it on everybody else.
No, but you can blame it on the other side because there's been retaliation. True. So each one of these two areas thinks the other one's got a bomb. So then you get them fighting, truly fighting, and then you can sell weapons to both sides. And it works the same with countries with different communities. Yeah, you can have a large Muslim community on one side, Hindu on another one, Christian one on another one. Yeah, the whole lot. And you can do with countries and tribes and all that lot done in Africa. The Hutus and the Tutsis. Yeah? Yeah, I agree. With bad guys were the Hutus or the Tutsis. I've got a feeling it was the Tutsis. I think that's what it was too. Yeah, and then they persecuted Hutus. But you know what happened just before that happened? There was something going on with the Tutsis. They were on some kind of protest or something going on.
Yeah, some
fairly peaceful job or something. Yeah. But apparently, there's an American plane that went over and beamed at frequency to make them ultra aggressive. Yeah? Right. This is in a book I read. I've even got it, I think. I could probably dig it out for you on. But also, just before that happened, where was that? Rwanda, wasn't it? The president of Rwanda, or whatever it was, this top legal guy was on a plane. And that got shot down or blown up or something, by someone or other. Guess who? can't hear me do anything else there. No. So they got beamed, these Tutsis. So obviously the Tutsis were absolutely brutal and they shot people up with equal arms and all that lot. But how much was it to the frequencies of sending into this fucking crazy psychotic state? Right, yeah. Because apparently with frequency they can make you cry, they can make you vomit, they can make you happy, they can make you depressed, they can make you miserable, they can make you this, that, the other. How scary that is. It is fucking scary, that. Because if you've got a crowd, imagine a big crowd, imagine if we did finally get a massive protest going, and there's some fuckers there, some fucking assholes on the screen, yeah, looking at the crowd, and they've got the little joystick with them, yeah. And it's like some fucking twat in a fucking control center in a foreign fucking country operating fucking drones over Iraq and deciding who to fucking blow up. Yeah? Yeah. It's scary, isn't it? It's fucking scary as shit. So what could happen? I think that's why what ought to be happening is the kill grid. There should be protests going along around the kill grid. And while it's going on, while the protest is going on around the kill grid, so the protest actually, rather than congregating outside some government building, you know, yeah, is actually congregating around some fucking imitation cactus that's actually a fucking weapon system, yeah? And there's some guy in the middle with oxyacetylene and cutting equipment, like a qualified guy like me, and we can do the job, take it down, make a fucking really big political statement on that one. And if they want to file weapons eyes after that, being taken down, the truth will be out already. Because when that's taken down, the evidence will be there laid bare, and people will photograph the evidence of how thick those fucking cables are that's going up to that so-called system that's supposed to be transporting a telephone signal. You know what I mean? Where it's far, far more powerful. You know, I don't know how many times more powerful than is needed to generate a mobile phone signal alone. You know? And it's the same with the LEDs and the laser lights and shit like that. They can focus them. You know, there's a guy called Mark Steele. Have you heard of Mark Steele?
He takes one time.
Oh, you've gone. He took it himself. Shit. Oh dear. I'm in trouble now. Well, what I wonder. Powerful. The double out. And if they want to fire weapons eyes after that, then they can fire weapons statement or fucking really big political statement on that. Weapons being taken just to it's far there's a ton more powerful than is needed to generate a mobile phone signal alone. You know? And the LEDs and the laser lights and shit like that, they can focus them. You know, there's a guy called Mark Steele. Have you heard of Mark Steele?
Mark Steele, definitely.
Oh, you've gone. He took it himself. Shit. Oh dear. I'm in trouble now. Well, what I wonder.
No, that's a listen. You know, one of these days I'm like, yeah, so, no, just go past this here, because nothing happened. Lost connection. That's wonderful. Fascinating.
Okay. Yay. Make a cup of tea.
Hang on.
I beat after beat night, then I left on, you know, beat after beat night, then I beat after beat night, then I left on, you know, yeah, we'll be okay, mate. Okay. I'll have to leave this live stream up anyway because I need to read the comments because I haven't read them yet. I haven't paid attention to what happened to Wanda. Did she get kicked off by some moderating git at YouTube or something? It's not YouTube though, is it? Stream now, but it's still Google, isn't it? What's happened to Wanda? But all the comments disappeared as well. You know, on there. I wonder what happened to Wanda. Oh shit, I was on to comments on it. Alright, there you are. Yeah, that's it. Wanda, do you want to pop up again and talk a bit more, or was I getting too kind of controversial or something? Because I do get there sometimes. You've got to have freedom of speech, otherwise you lose it, you know? If they don't like what I'm saying, fuck them, you know? Because it's the truth.
If you all stop speaking out, we're all knackered. You've got to keep saying shit, you know?
I was going to get some money, wasn't I? And then I crashed into all that equipment. If you want to come up one day, I'll put the link up again so you can find it, because there's loads of comments on here. Very kind of you to put them out, you know. Any concerned people and that, you know. Shit. That's alright. I'm doing it the wrong way. No, that's not right. That's not right. Okay. Well, I'll put the link when I get back up. Also, I might be a couple of minutes to leave you with a bit of what kind of battery we got. Should have like this one. No, this one. Just like here it's going, yeah. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay. Yep, doing great. Hello? Yep, doing great. Hello? Yep. You hear me? Hello. Yeah, you carry on chatting with it whoever you want. Hey, Steve. Okay, I'm done. Baptist evangelist. Wow, that sounds heavy. You don't want to get me under water here. You're not going to waterboard me. Sorry about that. Should have said that. If you really are an ex-day independent Baptist, I mean, is that true or what? If you are, then we can talk about it if you want. But I'm not a Christian. I've got my own views. But I believe in the Creator. But I'll let you know anyway. Rose Jean, I'm on my phone. Is he a good guy, or is he going to come bash your Bible out of me bombs? No Bible pushing, please. No. All right. I'll see you in a minute anyway. Okay. Rose Jean, I'm on my phone, so I just click the link and then you work your way through it.
because otherwise I don't see the comments. Okay, there we go. You're not going to forget the honey this time, right, David?
I don't know how to edit it out right at the beginning.
Oh, she didn't know.
Out of the middle of the thing, I don't know how to use that. Just flip the beginning off
I
and
don't
then
know what I keep doing. I don't know. There you go. I don't know what I keep doing. My data or I'm doing it. I'm not sure.
Yeah. A couple of weird things happened last night when I was on a chat on a stream. I don't know what happened. There's something called, it says more, where it says more, and you put more comments.
it's quite interesting at the end of the
It's got a number 1 on it. It says
20 minutes
private
left to
chat.
go.
If I click on it, it'll say private chat.
Dead at the end, sort of dead out at the end.
It's asking me, it's got a 1 directly opposite the private chat.
Yeah, basically.
But who is it?
That's the one
I hit the wrong button. Did it again? Oh, it's you. You said that.
Start talking about the H1.
Oh, that's all it is, right? That was just your note. Oh no, it disappeared. Oh, it's really weird shit. So I have to do this again. Hang on, I've done that already. You have to jump in again, no wonder. Hit that link again. Where have you gone? Shit, no. Right, okay, try again. Oh my god, honestly, this is mad. Right.
I don't know what it's doing. It keeps on kicking me.
Oh, it's really weird. Don't worry about it anyway. Who have we got now? We've got one person watching. Who's watching?
Rose Jane, I believe, is watching. She's been chatting.
Yeah, Jay guy must have gone, mustn't he? Put a picture of my comment.
Yeah, about the honey, blasted
I
honey.
don't blame him. I don't blame him. He's probably gone back to his ducking stool. So if he floats or sinks.
That's funny.
That's funny, isn't it? Have you heard of the ducking stool? That's what they have for whales. That's what they have. It was known as the ducking stool, right? In the days of the Mad Witch trials and the witch finding temple and stuff, someone called Matthew Hopkins, he was horrible, and he burnt loads of witches at the stake and all that lot. Really evil times. This is in England. And I'm not sure if it was in Scotland or not. Yeah, witch trials and all that. Oh, it's crazy shit, yeah.
I know we had them here in the States too. They burned a bunch of witches.
Salem.
Yeah. And the Blair.
Just turn Mozart down a bit. I like a bit of Mozart now and again. Summer Mozart.
I like Mozart.
It was a bloody genius, wasn't it?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
It's relaxing too.
Yeah. But sometimes you just need someone to chill to. I don't know.
Yes, you do.
You meet families and all that lot, but it doesn't mean he wasn't a nice guy, does it? I don't think you could not be a nice guy to write stuff like that.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't think, you know,
Very good.
some of the musicians who played for, well, the King's Court and all that lot, you know, to keep the king amused and happy and all whatever, you know, to music to soothe the savage breasts, as it were, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly. I can sit by the lake or by an ocean.
Saying that, isn't it? Music to soothe the savage breast. I've remembered that from God knows when. You know, I haven't heard that.
Music can soothe the soul.
Incredible what sits in my head of collecting my senses of existence as I become more of a fossil every day. More,
you don't look that old at all.
More petrified, but not afraid.
Yeah, that's funny.
How can you be petrified? You know,
yeah.
You know, once you're petrified, you can't be afraid, can you? It's a sort of it's a contradictory word in a way, isn't it? So if you're petrified,
yes, it is.
You don't have a nervous system because you turn to stone.
That is hilarious. I never thought about that. That is stupid.
I never thought about it before either.
Yeah, now that you see it.
It makes you think things and you to try and entertain you as well. So, yeah.
I hear you. What time is it there in England?
Oh, God.
It's like 10 p.m. Central Time where I'm at.
4:02 in the morning.
Oh, you're up early or up late.
Yeah, I slept for about 20 minutes.
Oh, that's not good.
No, I know. I've been live streaming about a day.
Yeah, it says you've been live for 4 hours.
Pardon?
It says you've been live for 4 hours.
4 hours?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
Again. You can't be petrified, can you, and have a nervous system? You know what? I was petrified. I was really scared. No, you weren't. You were a block us down. You know what? Yeah, really weird. I wish it'd hurry up, come back. Really pain. This is stupid. Stupid damn thing.
Keep booting her off.
It's not going now, is it? It froze. It's going. It's still rolling, but it's not playing. No sound. Weird. Oh dear.
Bullshit.
And it turned out to be a 15 megaton bomb. And it turned out to be a 15 megaton bomb. Or it was a 15 megaton bomb, and it turned out to be, I think I got it wrong. I can't remember. I think it was because the hydrogen isn't the H bomb is a hydrogen bomb. A thermonuclear bomb is a hydrogen bomb. That's what it is. So we shouldn't be messing with the atmosphere. I'm not sure what is the proportion of hydrogen in the atmosphere. Has anyone got a Google thing there that they can have a quick look? What there's nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen. There's how much hydrogen is in the atmosphere?
Exactly. You don't know for sure, do they?
Because it's H2O, isn't it?
No, I think is oxygen about 21%. I've got to be honest.
Is it that?
And there's hydrogen.
Right.
I think it's a lot more than that. I'm not sure.
That's something to look at too. See?
Yeah.
I like to read.
Because the scientists, what they did when they let that bomb off, I can't remember. I think it was meant to be a 6 megaton bomb. And it turned out to be a 15 megaton bomb, or it was a 15 megaton bomb, and it turned out to be, I think I got it wrong somewhere. I might have read it wrong in the book. I'm not sure. I might have caught it up in the book, I'm not sure. When I read it, or misconstrued it or something. I've got a feeling it was a 6 megaton bomb, right?
That's what you believe so.
The actual explosion itself, when the reaction got going, made it the equivalent of a 15 megaton bomb.
That's correct.
For the amount of mushroom cloud and the amount of shit in the atmosphere, the height of it, the mushroom cap at the top was 70 miles across.
Yeah.
70 freaking miles. That's from here to that's more than from Manchester to Birmingham.
It's a long ways.
It is. It's bloody massive. And that whole island was virtually vaporized, I think.
Yeah, it was.
And that was pristine coral. It was a pristine island. It was a jewel in the Pacific. How dare they be so, it's just hooliganism, isn't it? You know, they call it criminality.
We should do onto our planet better than we're doing onto it, because we're not leaving nothing for the next generation. For sure.
No, that's what they don't want, a next generation.
That's true.
Unless they're underground.
That's very true.
Or they're modern.
Yeah.
Part
of the sheep.
They don't want us around.
Especially if you're not part of the herd.
They don't like sentient beings. They don't like anyone with true feelings. They don't want any real emotions. They can't handle real emotion. Because they're so fucking insane. They're the ones who want the frontal lobotomy. They're the ones who want the electric shock treatment. They're the ones who want all the fucking antipsychotics possible. And they're the ones who should be injected with their own filth.
True. We ruined this planet, that's for sure.
We didn't do it. No, they did it.
They did it, yeah.
With
and then when we complain, it's all our imagination.
Certain complicit minions of certain people who take the shilling, for doing the job.
And then us free thinkers get told that we're crazy.
Yeah, no.
Because we're thinking freely. We ain't thinking like the government or any of them. We're thinking outside the box.
What do you think they're doing in the 400 biolabs around the world?
Oh, I know.
They're not creating anything good, are they? There's over
no.
biolabs, at least 400 around the world.
Yeah.
What the fuck are they doing?
You know that.
If there's 400 biolabs with 10
the different species they have, or different
modified
different types of diseases they created in them labs.
Yeah. Now what I was just thinking was, say if there's only 10 scientists working in each one of those 400 biolabs. Maybe those 10 scientists are working on the exact same experiment, or maybe those 10 scientists are working on 10 different pathogens or whatever it is. Yeah? Different bits of weirdness of genetic engineering or some shit.
Exactly.
Yeah? So what the fuck's going on? That means there's 4,000, isn't it? 400 times 10.
Yeah. That's just if there's only 10.
Yeah.
Who knows how many?
It could be 20 or 100 these facilities. And then we're into the ridiculous numbers of
we don't know what's going to happen.
And toxins and whatever.
Right. Exactly.
This is absolutely insane.
That's why they don't like free-thinking people.
There needs to be disclosure. There needs to be, they lock up people like Julian Assange.
They don't want transparency.
He did anything wrong. He didn't even hack into a computer.
They don't want transparency, though.
He didn't steal.
That's the problem.
He got given the information, I believe.
Yes, he did.
Passed it on.
Yeah.
Because
Look at what happened to him.
He thought it was relevant. It should be exposed. Yeah, exactly.
That's what happens when you're the whistleblower, then you're the bad person.
Exactly. Because I don't know any official secrets, because I haven't signed the Official Secrets Act, I can speak whatever I fucking want because it's freedom of speech in this country until they shut me up. Yeah? And I don't give two shits.
I wouldn't give two shits either. I speak my mind. If they don't like me, then they don't have to talk to me. I have my opinions, my views.
Yeah, exactly. But if we don't keep on speaking our opinions and our views and speaking them freely without fear, then we're all screwed.
That's true. Because then everybody's a sheep.
Everyone's
Yeah, that's what it's like. They're not people, they're sheeple.
But silence is complicity, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and a lot of people like to play stupid, and I don't think they should be playing stupid when they know what's going on.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
they know what's going on, but they're not doing anything about it.
Yeah, that's the bad
we
thing.
are, because we're talking about it. Even if only two people get this information, teach one, that can go a long way.
Exactly. And people don't understand that, Free speech is a wonderful thing, actually,
It's just about the most important thing, isn't it? It's freedom of speech.
I think so.
Freedom of speech. Oh, jeez.
Right. And not get ostracized for it, because you believe one way and they believe another.
Yeah, exactly. I would never. One of my friends, who's a Polish guy, whose mum and dad, his father, not actually his mum, I can't remember. But I think it was his dad was in the concentration camp in, was it Buchenwald or whatever it's called?
Dachau. Yeah, what happened to Malcolm's father is he went through all that lot, and I think he survived. Yeah, he did survive. And what Malcolm told me, which I forgot to say on here, was that his dad said to him he could never hold the keys to another man's freedom. I think that's pretty profound, So, yeah. Could never hold the keys to another man's freedom. Yeah.
It wasn't the famous house which was in Brunette, I think. Where was Auschwitz? Was it in Poland or Holland? Not sure. I can't remember now. But never mind. But he was in a concentration camp, anyway, a Nazi concentration camp. And I think he died in there. And Malcolm used to say to me, he was a fellow patient. He's still in the hospital system, but he's waiting to get out. We're going to find some accommodation, but he'll still be monitored and all that. bullshit. But he'd done about at least 12 or 15 years, I can't remember. Well, we're still in contact. I'll ask him next time. We were good friends in the last hospital, but didn't move for this one. I've been in this one for like a year and 3 months.
Previous one, 5 years. No, we're not off again. That does my head in this pressure.
Oh boy, that's such a pain.
Might just fade out and might be nothing else left. Just a bit of hand fun while I'm waiting for something to happen. Nothing going on, that's all taken. Only a few more minutes, so.
Oh, come on.
No, that's it. That's the end of that. So, there we go. What do you think of that, folks? You enjoy that? I think that's pretty good conversation. I think that's pretty good communication. You know, just keep speaking your brains, right? Just speaking, you know, what your heart really feels about things. And, you know, if everyone just goes, yeah, I'm better not saying that, you know. Just say it anyway, shut them, you know. Yeah, what we've got to lose, you know what I mean? Only the whole freaking planet and your whole freedoms and all that lot. And future for your children, you know what I mean? That's all that's at stake, you know. It's not a big deal, is it? You know, just let them just take everything over, you know. Wonderful job, eh? Yeah. We should have let these criminals get away with this shit all the time. We've seen what they've done you know, for decades, centuries and all that lot. And now, it's just coming to the crunch time now, isn't it? Where they want the full-on New World Order and, you know, blah, 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 blah. Even Putin's calling for it now, would you believe? So, you know, they're all in the same club. I always thought that anyway. You know, felt a bit sorry for Putin and, you know, he didn't want NATO on his doorstep, blah, 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 because it's a flat plane and the NATO guys could go straight through to Moscow from the Ukraine, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, what can we do, eh? Anyway, hope MI3 and 3H is still paying attention, and there's some good guys in there also. You know, there's got to be, isn't there? There's got to be some of you guys that want to live out in the fresh air under the sunshine, you know, the blue sky and that, yeah? Of course there has. Come on. You got me back or what? Hey? Come on, boys. Hey, what are you made of? You really want us to live underground with them bloody creeps? The likes of Blair and, you know, all them tossers. Imagine them creeps underground, eh? Anyway, it wouldn't last long, would it? They seem to argue amongst themselves and all that bloody lot. You know, so, you know, we've got to try and get the technology together to solve these problems. Massive problems that we've got. You know, we're not going to do it by just destroying everything, are we? Especially freedom of speech. We're not allowed just freedom of speech and freedom of association, freedom of movement and all that lot. You know, cash. You know, nice little earner in there. You know, I'm totally knackered now. I feel totally sad. Anyway, but she'll probably end in a minute. But I think it's important. Just, you know, for our children, for God's sake, you know, for the future, you know. I know a lot of things have been damaged, you know. A lot of really damaged people out there now. And a lot of people, you know, just not going to be hearing of it, unfortunately. But, you know, that's what these people planned for. So, yeah, you know. But even if they wiped out half of us, they've still got 4 billion to reckon with, haven't they? You know? There's still quite a few many, you know, we're still the many, aren't we? And just so few, you know, a few little, what is it, 0.9% or something, you know what I mean? Yeah, it won't be 1% even. It'll be something like 0.3%. Or 0.33%. You know, controlling every damn thing. Problem, reaction, solution, and all that jazz. Yeah, great job, isn't it? You know, order out chaos. You know, order out chaos, create the chaos. You know, get everyone freaked out by everything. You know, and then everyone's too scared to, you know, squeak. You know, let alone stand up and be, you know, decent kind of functioning kind of human being with human feelings and concern for the actual biosystem and planet, you know, which has sustained us very, very well, you know, and you know, in the blink of an eye since humanity's been here, what have we done to it, you know? You know, not me personally, but you know, what have these controllers done to it? They've been pushing everyone around for so bloody long, you know. If it weren't for them, we'd been fine. It's like the indigenous peoples of America, you know, which they called the Indians, because Captain Cook thought he'd found the Indies, you know. So that's the only reason they called the Indians, anyway. You know, they were just people, weren't they? And they believed in the Great Spirit, you know, the mother spirit of the earth and all that. Looked after the earth, they only took what they needed. They weren't even interested in gold. You know, and everything got ripped off from them, you know, they even almost wiped out all the buffalo. Till somebody stopped them and said, you know, leave a few buffalo knocking about because, you know, whatever, you know. But, yeah, it's just terrible. I remember reading a book by D. Brown all about stuff some years ago. I lent it to somebody and it didn't come back. But anyway, no one's here now except Rose Jane, maybe. I don't know, he's still there, Rose Jane? Anyone want to get up? I'll put the link in and put the link up again. So, everyone want to get up from, you know. So, yeah. There we go. We'll talk about this shit, yeah. Maybe you're from the, one of the good guys from the security services, and you could call yourself whatever you want, you know, Fred Flintstone or whatever. Doesn't matter, does it? You know. Ignatius Riley. You ever read that book? Yeah, Confederate. Oh, didn't man. Yeah, Confederacy of Idiots. What's he called? Oh, yeah. Yeah, something like that. Confederate. I've forgotten the name of it anymore. It's after a Jonathan Swift phrase. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite a good book, that. It's very funny in parts. Well, a lot of parts. Here's a quote from it. Oh, Jesus, you give me peace when you're keeping away damn police. Yeah, it's a really cool book. Never mind. Anyway, there you go. Pop up if you want. I'm going in a minute. Just doing my name. I could read a bit of something if you want. A bit of random reading. Just grab one of my excellent texts. Textbooks. Yeah. Well, that's what we can do. That's what we got. Read a bit of something. Oh, this is interesting. Why not read about a little bit about Charles Dickens? I'm not going to read the Charles Dickens, but I'm going to read the analysis at the beginning, which is quite spot on. Hard Times, Charles Dickens. So I don't know who own the copyright to the photograph. Right. Blah, 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 disclaimers, blah, blah. Right. Introduction. I am 3 parts mad, and the 4th delirious with perpetual rushing at hard times, wrote Dickens in a letter to a friend and later biographer John Forster on the 14th of July, 1854. And his shortest novel, often labelled as his industrial novel, Hard Times, was serialised weekly in his magazine Household Words between the 1st of April and the 12th of August, 1854. It was then published in 1 volume in August. After the final serialisation, in total some 110,000 words written in just over 5 months, alongside all his other work and activities, Dickens' unusual publication method was in 19 independent monthly numbers, but the last one was a double number, and so effectively 20. Each four times as long as his weekly Hard Times instalment. No wonder then that he complained vociferously about the crushing difficulty of space and lack of elbow room. Right, here we go. Although Hard Times is Dickens' shortest novel, it is impressively wide-ranging. In addition to economic and philosophical theories, industrialism and education, Dickens looks at Coketown, his fictional industrial town, and its characters, the family, marriage, divorce laws, class, parliament, and the new industrial seats, and he urges the need for imagination and entertainment, embodied here in the circus, what she calls it. Above all, linking these various strands, he offers a powerful picture of 2 opposed ways of seeing and thinking about the world. The dominant picture is of materialist, mainly factory owner, boundaries, statistical theory blinded, mainly utilitarian, and theory blinded, mainly utilitarian grind. Thinking Sissy Jupe, daughter of the circus, whom Dickens designated Power of Affection in his working notes for the novel, is the main representative of the alternative attitude. Hard Times was written in a great burst of energy, and it left Dickens exhausted. His single-minded drive, the book's brevity, and the short writing period account for a pared-down concentration and economy in the writing, very different from the bleak house which preceded it and Little Dorrit which followed, and which readers have either admired or regretted since its first publication. I rather regret that one of them, very good. Yeah, there was a dual impetus behind the book, immediate and practical on the one hand, long meditated and political philosophical on the other. There was a drop in profits in the circulation of Household Words, the weekly magazine Dickens had started in 1850, to entertain and instruct and to further the cause of social reform. And there is such a fixed idea on the part of my printers and co-partners in Household Words that a story by me, continued from week to week, could make some unheard of effect with it, that I am going to write one, said Dickens. He was right. Sales rose dramatically as far back as 1838, when he had first seen factory conditions in Manchester. Dickens had sworn to strike the heaviest blow in my power for those toiling there. He stated his aim strongly and explicitly during the writing of Hard Times. For example, in a letter to Carlyle asking permission to dedicate a single-volume edition to him, it contains what I do devoutly hope will shake some people in a terrible mistake of these days. And in a letter to his friend Charles Knight, representative of the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge. Well, we need one of those, don't we, again? Yeah, I wonder what happened to that. And moderate utilitarian, moderate is saying, my satire is against those who see figures and averages and nothing else. The representatives of the wickedest and most enormous vice of this time, the men who, through long years to come, will do more damage to the real useful truths of political economy than I could do if I tried in my whole life. That's Dickens. Thomas Gradgrind, hardware manufacturer, founder of a model school and later MP for Cokedown, together with his factory owner, friend and associate Josiah Bounderby, represent the vice in Hard Times. And the story centres mainly on the Gradgrind family, whose lives come to mingle with that of the Dickens representative industrial worker Stephen Blackpool. Dickens' major targets of attack are the science of political economy, as it was then called, and the philosophy of utilitarianism, whose main representative in Britain was Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, in which was particularly influential from 1830 to 50. It was based on the concept that actions were good insofar as they helped to bring about the greatest happiness of the greatest number. At the same time, utilitarians deplored interference with private rights. Hence, there was no check on laissez-faire, if you know what I mean, free trade. Yeah, no check on how much these people could earn. That's what this should have been. Hence, while supporting governmental action over problems of destitution or health, they opposed all controls of trade or commerce, which is what I was just saying in parentheses. Right. According to the prevailing science of political economy, the pursuit of individual self-interest brings benefit to all. Really? Not necessarily. Only if it's, only if the self-interest goes so far, isn't it? And in the words of Nicholas Coles, in practice, under the pressures of a capitalist economy, and particularly since the philosophic calculus required a numerical index of pleasure, the concept of pleasure or happiness or good became attenuated to financial gain. The form of self-interest, which in political economy theory was taken to be the motor of industrial progress. This is reflected in the novel in the retort of Pizza, one of the model products of the Gradgrind's model school, in the plot denouement, when Gradgrind appeals in vain to Bitzer's compassion. I'm sure you know that the whole social system is a question of self-interest. What you must always appeal to is a person's self-interest. It's your only hold. We are so constituted. I was brought up in that catechism when I was very young, sir, and as you are aware, there you go. Sacrosanct laws of supply and demand allow market forces to determine working hours and wages. There is a laissez-faire policy, in other words, free trade, totally unchecked, of course. Yeah, and the prosperity of Britain depends upon high profits and cheap labour. The latter part of Dickens' statement to Charles Knight suggests his attack is aimed in particular at the coarsening and simplification of this science, inverted commas. However, these real useful truths of political economy, whatever may have However, these real useful truths, that's in the parenthesis as well, of political economy, whatever Dickens may have considered them to be, are not represented in Hard Times, which, on the contrary, offers a wholesale attack. Through the figures of Gradgrind and Bounderby, Dickens condemns the alliance between utilitarian ethics, and laissez-faire economics, the ethos of industrial capitalism. Like Carlyle, Ruskin, and many others, Dickens deplored this ethos and attitudes, and the attitudes it appeared to create and sanction: selfishness, antagonism between masters and men, the belief that appalling conditions were justified by scientific laws, and the treatment of workers, referred to as hands, seen as mere units in a calculation and subjected to vigorous and oppressive analysis and control. Because, for example, few of them are churchgoers, there was a native organisation in Coketown itself, whose members were to be heard of in the House of Commons every session, indignantly petitioning for Acts of Parliament that should make these people religious by main force. Ooh. Then come the Teetotal Society and the chemist and the druggist with their tabular statements about drunkenness and the taking of opium. Gradgrind and Bounderby, Dickens goes on to tell us, could furnish more such statements illustrated by cases they had known and seen, from which it clearly appeared, in short, it was the only clear thing in the case, that these same people were a bad lot altogether, gentlemen. Yeah, Dickens then uses heavy irony to stress the already mentioned vehement opposition on the part of manufacturers to all controls on their collection of wealth and all that lot, The factory owners, for example, were ruined when inspectors considered it doubtful whether they were quite justified in chopping people up with their machinery. They were utterly undone when it was hinted that perhaps they need not always make quite so much smoke. As his letters tell us, tabular statements, that's inverted commas again, or statistics, that's what they mean, statistic tables in other words, are the subject of one of Dickens' most heartfelt and powerful attacks in the novel. Although in much of his non-fiction, such as articles and speeches, Dickens applauds statistics as a means of information gathering, widely and constructively used by 19th century reformers, and in fields such as sanitary reform, statistics might be neutral instruments. Hard Times eloquently shows the way in which they can also operate as an approach that is deeply class-biased, partial, and censorious. Look how you write of us and talks of us, and how you allus right, and how we are allus wrong, as Blackpool puts it to Bounderby, when in his second interview he tells him of the workers' grievances. When Gradgrind's daughter statistically educated Louisa meets Blackpool in his home for the first time, Dickens lists the hands characteristics, that means the employee, the hands, they call them, as taught to Louisa. The hands seen as a dehumanized mass. Something that was a little pinched when wheat was dear and overate itself when wheat was cheap. Something that increased at such a rate of percentage and yielded such another percentage of crime and such another percentage of pauperism. Something that occasionally rose like a sea and did some harm and waste, chiefly to itself, and fell again. How nice. Coles points out how similar this is in tone and in conclusions to Kay's findings of 1832 on Manchester working class, labelled, for example, as generally lazy, drunken, irreligious, licentious, improvident, and he pinpoints Dickens' critique as being against statistics as a form of social knowledge, a way of knowing which is necessarily constitutes the object of its knowledge. In this case, the working class and their conditions of life in particular ways, and which thereby dictates particular approaches to it. It is statistics as what Michael Foucault would call a disciplinary technology of knowledge, as a mechanism for moral and political surveillance and restraint, which I believe centrally engages Dickens here. Dickens also satirizes a dubious use of averages, as when Sissy relates to Louisa some of her failings in their model school in Coketown. Now, this schoolroom is a nation, and in this nation there are 50 millions of money. Girl number 20. Isn't this a prosperous nation? And ain't you a thriving state? Here's what she replied. I thought I could know whether whether it was a prosperous nation or not. Sorry, I felt I couldn't know whether it was a prosperous nation or not unless I knew who had got the money. In vivid shorthand fashion, Dickens raises here the crucial question of wealth distribution. Control of workers is paralleled by control of working class children through the education system. Dickens shows the interrelation of political and educational ideologies. Children, like workers, are treated as units. Both must accept harsh, limited lives. Dickens was highly topical here because a training program designed to produce a rapid expansion in the number of qualified teachers had been set up in 1846, and the first batch of certified teachers, in inverted commas again, emerged in 1853. That's a fact. So they're trying to brainwash the kids. Dickens' critique of the arid training and subsequent teaching, with an excessive emphasis on memorizing and cramming knowledge and a lack of imagination, were widely shared. Robin Gilmore's illuminating article on the Gradgrind School, Political Economy in the Classroom, shows the accuracy of Dickens' portrayal as far as the Birkbeck schools, first established in London in 1848, and similar rational schools were concerned. These schools set out to teach obedience and economic laws. Children from the age of 7 were to be taught such qualities such as industry, knowledge, skill, economy, temperance, respect for property, and forethought. No doubt respect for the masters, of course. With revolutions in Europe in the year of the first Birkbeck school, was 1848, and with Chartism at home, it was felt to be imperative that the people be taught respect for the inevitable community of interest that bound a commercial society together. That's what Gilmore said, page 214. An 1851 report on such a school gives a verbatim account of an examination there. Listen to this corker. Does the capitalist receive from the labourer an exact equivalent of the wages he gives him, or something more? Something more. What do you call this something more? Profit. Is it to the advantage of the labourer as well as the capitalist that the capitalist should receive a profit? Yes. Is the labourer then, who has no store, no savings, in other words, dependent upon the capitalist? Yes. Is this the result of a natural or an artificial law? Of a natural law, etc., etc., etc. Really? So it's natural for exploitation. Yeah. Gilmore concludes the political economists in education, like their fellow utilitarians in other fields, were engaged in what was, in effect, a campaign of containment. The end of their labours was to give the working class child an education which stressed as its dominant principle not the potentialities of life, but its inevitable limitations. And no provision was made for their most crying need of all, simple diversion from the crushing oppressiveness of their lot. In other words, their hard difficulties and hard lives and hard times. In Hard Times, it is one of Dickens' most urgent aims to show just how vital this crying need is for his fictional industrial workers, model school children, and the Gradgrind children of his school, and of course for all their counterparts in the real world, because don't forget this was all imaginary book. Is it possible, I wonder, that there was an analogy between the case of the Coketown population and the case of the little Gradgrinds? Surely none of us in our sober senses and acquainted with figures are to be told that at this time of day that one of the foremost elements in the existence of the Coketown working people had been for scores of years deliberately set at naught. That there was any fancy in them demanding them to be brought into healthy existence instead of struggling on in convulsions. Whew, heavy. For Dickens, imagination a very different thing from the vain, puffing fantasy of Bounderby, and an imaginative response is an essential part of being human. This opposition of reason and imagination is, of course, a very familiar theme from earlier literature, especially in the Romantic period. Asa Briggs gives an interesting glimpse of a romantic reaction to the statistical age. Wordsworth, of all people, writing in 1845, then aged 75, to H.S. Tremenhere, the classic, he says, Victorian inspector, that we must not only have knowledge, but the means of wielding it, and that is done infinitely more through the imaginative faculty, assisting both in the collection and application of facts than is generally believed. So in other words, you need imagination as well as just the bare facts. Even more crucial for Dickens, as it was for Wordsworth, is development through imagination of the emotions, and especially of altruistic sympathy. Bitzer, as a boy of bits, brought up on facts and taught to put self-interest first. Opposed to him is Sissy, the circus child who is taken into the Gradgrind family, where, as a kind of surrogate daughter like Florence Dombey in Dombey and Son, she becomes an agent of redemption. As so often, contrast is a structuring principle in this novel, with facts set against fancy, also formulated as dry rationality against imagination, or a similar opposition. Head against heart. It is in these latter terms that Gradgrind describes Sissy's effect to Louisa after Louisa's return home. Need a sip of water, excuse me. There isn't any, I'm going to have to get some water. Do you find it interesting, a bit of Charles Dickens? I do. I used to read it when I was a kid, you know. So, yeah. I do have a few brain cells left after all the assault of the, chemistry of the, pharmacological, psychological system, Occasionally, yeah. I can access my own brain cell, the one that's still on active duty, apparently. Well, obviously, it tries to be, yeah. I think that's the only brain cell I've got left, but at least it's on active duty, so there we go. So, what we were saying was, hang on, you might be reading any more of this, or I'm going to shut up, because I will go, shut up, but I might as well finish this for any sort of literature buffs out there might be interested. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. Right. Yeah, in these, she's talking about a similar opposition, head against heart. It is in these latter terms that Gradgrind describes Sissy's effect to Louisa after Louisa's return home. I have a misgiving that some change may have been slowly working about me in this house by mere love and gratitude. That is what the head had left undone and could not do, the heart may have been doing silently. There you go, that's a good one, isn't it? Dickens draws parallels in the novel between the Gradgrind family and the larger family of society. For example, Gradgrind's failure as a father to Louisa and Bounderby's gross failure as a responsible employer to Blackpool, he was a workers' representative, if you know what I mean, this guy Blackpool. This deliberate paralleling is apparent in Dickens' use of 2 interviews of each pair. Marriage and divorce in Blackpool's case, specific topic of the first interviews in Book 1, and more generally the failure of Louisa's utilitarian upbringing, and the breakdown and muddle of industrial relations of the second in Book 2. The Gradgrinds are a dysfunctional family at the beginning, and it is on family reform that the novel concentrates. Industrial relations, however, remain virtually unchanged. This central area of our times is the one that has perhaps received the most discussion of all. Part of the problem is the excessive pathos in Dickens' presentation of Blackpool as a representative worker, and the fact that his plight, a drunken wife and a mysterious refusal to join the union because of a promise to his girlfriend Rachel, is linked to the industrial context. Furthermore, Dickens' highly negative picture of the Union delegate Slackbridge a rhetorical manipulator who comes from outside, is unconvincing and unrepresentative when placed against contemporary accounts of unions and their delegates, and indeed against Dickens's own account in Household Words of the strike meeting he attended in February 1854 in Preston, which is where I am, believe it or not, for a few days in order to get a first-hand impression of the industrial conflict. And in his article, in his Household Words article, that was his publication, he shows workers and union leaders as patient, orderly and responsible. He maintains that workers have a perfect right to combine, especially when there's injustices done to them. Although he certainly considers their strike a mistake. And he advocates arbitration as the best way to solve the dispute. Why then the discrepancy between his view and the depiction in Hard Times? Novels are not documentaries, and this is a necessary and unavoidable question. In the case of a novel that aims to show the forces at work in the mid-19th century industrial scene, Dickens gives a powerful satire on the masters and their attitudes, but there is a hollowness when it comes to his depiction of workers' response to unions and stuff. Blackpool's All's a model, and a model in which his role is not to intervene, but to leave it up to them as put power over me and over all the rest of us, and in particular of worker activism. Yes, this negative picture of the Slackbridge meeting intended to reassure middle-class readers that unions were pernicious and counterproductive, to avoid giving the book too radical a tone. I think that's the case, personally, because he didn't want to sort of rock the boat too much, unfortunately, whereas he should have done. But never mind. And his major 20th century biographer speculates, could this also be the reason for Dickens' omission of a short passage from his manuscript? See note on page 70 concerning Blackpool's promise not to join the union. Blackpool recalls the factory accident which ripped off the arm of Rachel's younger sister, and then has an indignant outburst concerning the way in which masters unite and lobby against having to implement safety measures. Rachel urges him to let such things be. It's ridiculous. Let such things be, Stephen. They only lead to hurt. Let them be. And he replies, I will, since thou tellst me to do so. I will. I pass my promise on. Another possible reason suggested for the deletion is that Dickens may have felt journalism, such as an article on factory accidents which appeared in Household Words during the serialisation of Hard Times, was a better way of exposing such horrors. Okay. Was Dickens determined to believe that if there were no labour organisations and no agitators, masters and men would get along? The implication to be drawn from Blackpool is that political activism is incompatible with decency, even though Hard Times clearly shows that Blackpool is powerless on his own. Interestingly, it is Blackpool himself who convincingly demolishes the view of the agitators or mischievous strangers as to blame, which gives an indication of Dickens' ambivalence about unions, an ambivalence shared by many of his contemporaries. Gaskell's fine portrait of a responsible, non-violent union activist, Nicholas Higgins, in North and South, written in 1855, is a necessary corrective to the picture in Hard Times. Blackpool, by contrast, is a martyr figure, perhaps echoing the biblical Stephen, and in 1857, just 3 years after the novel's publication, a witty parody appeared in Our Miscellany, a collection of parodies and lampoons offered an alternative happy ending, making fun of Blackpool's resignation and his piled up woes. I do only look on my being pitched down in that there shaft and having all my bones broke as a mercy and a providence, and God bless everybody. And of the novel's ending. And now, reader, let us love one another, if you will. I will. I can't say fairer. And so, God bless us all. Dickens magnanimously forgave the perpetrators, and they continued writing for household words. The mob scenes in Barnaby Rudge also show Dickens' deep fear of collective action, and time again in his writing he makes clear his own passionate hope and belief that reform would come from above, obviating the need for unions. As if reform ever comes from above. It's just more and more tyranny, isn't it? As just stated, the novel implies the opposite. It shows a very small element of hope symbolised by Gradgrind's reforms, but at the end, 25 Bounderby clones are flourishing in Coketown, and Bitzer is a rising young man, a fictional situation crying out for a strong labour organisation to withstand what Dickens, in a letter on the subject matter of Hard Times, called the monstrous claims of domination made by a seeming majority of masters. Dickens' ambivalence is admirably described by Coles. It is a measure of the weight Dickens in his novel attaches to the sacredness of the individual, or perhaps as a measure of his revulsion from all the forces of industrial capitalism that, in order to uphold individual integrity, as a last vestige of humanity, he was willing to falsify what had moved him so deeply in the conduct of Preston strikers. His ambivalence about this falsification contributes to his desire to have it both ways, to praise the solidarity of the workers, yet condemn its operation, to invoke the traditional middle-class objections to unions, and to unmask them as self-serving cant. That's pretty powerful, I agree with that. Hard Times, like all the Victorian industrial novels, deplores the divide in British society famously invoked in Disraeli's Sybil and the Divide, or The Two Nations, 1845. A recent editor, David Craig, convincingly sums up Dickens' dilemma, namely that he repeatedly leans to the mass of the people, then draws back, because to commit himself would have been to wake up from the dream of harmony between classes. This dream of contract and harmony is also implied in an obituary notice on Dickens' friend Justice Tarford, published in Household Words about 3 weeks before the serialisation of Hard Times began. Echoing Tarford's last speech, the judge had died dramatically in mid-delivery. Dickens wrote that England's curse is ignorance or a miscalled education, which is bad or worse, and a want of exchange of innumerable graces and sympathies among the various orders of society, each hardened into each, onto each, and holding itself aloof. This is very close to his words in the final chapter of Hard Times on Louisa's future, trying hard to know her humbler fellow creatures and to beautify their lives of machinery and reality with those imaginative graces and delights. Although here it is one way from upper to lower class rather than an exchange. Very interesting stuff. Might have to take a break because I'm absolutely knackered. Yeah. Maybe I'll start tomorrow's live stream with a little bit of as preface. Let's have a look at the introduction. Oh, it's only another couple of pages. So I'll forge forward then, shall I? Yes, about 3 pages. It'll take about 10 minutes to read, probably, because it's complicated English. Given Charles Dickens' inability to conceive a political solution to the two nations divide, it is not surprising that his presentation of the condition of England is pessimistic. This dramatic satire, however, is for the most part written with Dickens' characteristic power and energy. Of all his novels, it is the starkest and closest to allegory, particularly in the case of characters such as Bounderby and Bitzer. Such much is conveyed in a few vivid strokes, aiming not at detailed realism, but at depicting the essentials, often in exaggerated and sometimes in caricatured form, just as Dickens presents the political economy, utilitarian beliefs mainly as slogans, so he uses shorthand and leitmotif. Louisa's gazing into the fire, symbolic of her stunted longing and for feeling. Westminster as the national dust yard where Gradgrind sifts at his parliamentary cinder heap, or Bounderby's turtle soup, venison and gold spoon. For the workers' supposed aspirations. He uses gestures effectively. As for the workers' supposed aspirations, he uses gestures effectively, as when Gradgrind presenting Bounderby's proposals to Louisa, He uses gestures effectively, as when Gradgrind presenting Bounderby's proposals to Louisa, took a paper knife in his hand, turned it over, laid it down, took it up again, and even had to look along the blade of it, considering how to go on. We also find a device, often used in Dickens, that of presenting the human as non-human, to suggest the way in which humanity may be crushed. In Gradgrind's case, by his ideological obsession, as in the second paragraph of the book, where Gradgrind is introduced with his square wall of a forehead and his eyes which found commodious cellarage in 2 dark caves, like 2 dark cellars. Yeah. And the opposite device is used, the inanimate made living, as in the initial description of Coketown, suggesting that industrial forces have a nightmarish and oppressive life of their own, with the interminable serpents of smoke, an incessantly moving piston like the head of an elephant in a state of melancholy madness. You know what elephants nod like that, don't they? Yeah. Well, the piston going up and down in the machineries. There is less humour and exuberant detail than usual, But there are memorable examples, such as the description of circus manager Sleary's daughter Josephine, a typical product of the circus in her deep-rooted attachments. A pretty fair-haired girl of 18 who has been tied on a horse at 2 years old and had a will at 12, which she always carried about her, expressive of her dying desire to be drawn to the grave by 2 piebald ponies. Dickens' working notes show that humour was likely to be cut when space was short, but there is much humour of various kinds, energetic and inventive in the circus descriptions, grim but lively in the case of Mrs. Sparsit, and bitter and ironic in the description of Parliament as its recruitment methods for the new industrial seats, seats in Parliament of the certain constituencies, the hard fact fellows. Yeah, there are sharp and telling contrasts of idiolect, I like that word, as when Bounderby, introducing himself to upper-class James or Jem Harthouse, insists that I'm a bit of dirty riffraff and a genuine scrap of tag, rag and bobtail. If anything could have exalted Jem's interest in Mr. Bounderby, it would have been this very circumstance. Dickens is ingenious in the varied compliments constantly offered by Harthouse, whose languid speech patterns anticipate those of Raeburn in Our Mutual Friend. On one occasion, telling Miss Sparsit that her talent for, in fact, for anything requiring accuracy with a combination of strength of mind and family is too habitually developed to admit of any question. He almost falls asleep over the compliment. It took him so long to get through, and his mind wandered so much in the course of its execution. Sleary's circus comes across as a warm-hearted, pre-industrial working environment, a kind of rambling extended family. And was often the case in such environments as farm or shop, for example. Women have active roles to perform. They, of course, perform in a literal sense, and Dickens relishes their skill, zest, and lack of decorum. Dancing on tightrope, showing their legs, riding barebacked, and one of them alone in a Greek chariot drove 6 in hand into every town they came to. However, the circus is a world outside of the norm, and Dickens' representations of women of Coketown, across the class range, Mrs. Sparsit accepted, is close to the stereotype exalted in such highly conservative books as Sarah Stickney's Ellis's The Woman of England and Their Social Duties and Domestic Habits. 1839, a bestseller that went through many editions. Yeah, no doubt. Louisa Rachel and Mrs. Pegler all play sacrificial roles, if they are variants on the ministering angel type. Mrs. Sparsit is close to the opposing female stereotype. Monster witch, in this case, akin to, although wilder than, Mrs. Norris in Mansfield Park, another genteelly impoverished schemer. Mrs. Sparsit is described with wonderful energy and inventiveness, especially in her pursuit of Louisa. Her ability to get from place to place with consummate velocity is a mystery beyond solution and suggests witch-like powers. Off she goes on the broomstick. Yeah, and there is a demonic hint later during her evening pursuit when Dickens tells us The smaller birds might have tumbled out of their nests, fascinated by the glittering of Mrs. Sparsit's eyes in the gloom as she stooped and listened. The polar opposite of the lively circus woman is Mrs. Gradgrind, who must be one of the most crushed wives in English fiction. Have another sip. Dry as a stick. Thirsty work, all this literature. Good for the old brain, though. Good for the old bonds. The old top knot, you know. The old brain cell, yeah. Got to keep that brain cell on active duty by putting new information into it every day. Otherwise, it gets stuck in a loop. You think the same shit over and over again, and then you get all kinds of mental conditions, or you can do. Yeah, it's possible. Anyway, right, where were we? So the polar opposite of the lively circus woman is Mrs. Gradgrind, who must be one of the most crushed wives in English fiction. After Stephen's death, Rachel ministers to his drunken widow and continues working, ever working, but content to do it and preferring to do it as her natural lot. You know, with all the rough conditions in attendance as well. The usual energy of Dickens' writing is notably absent in many of the passages concerning Rachel, and this is true of a good deal of the Blackpool material, although not of the fine second interview with Bounderby in Book 2, Chapter 5. Dickens neither grants Rachel a happy marriage nor Louisa a second chance, in marked contrast to Emma Gordon of the circus, who, after her husband dies and from a fall off an elephant, married a costermonger, whatever it is, cheat the monger, whatever one of them, cheat the mongath. I'm not sure what one of them. Sorry, married a cheat the monger. Must be like a costermonger, you know, which is a seller of fruit and veg. It's an old word for that. Got a costermonger is anyway. A cheat the monger. Right, let's read that again. Right. Dickens rather grants Rachel a happy marriage. Dickens neither grants Rachel a happy marriage nor Louisa a second chance, in marked contrast to Emma Gordon in the circus, who, after her husband died from a fall off an elephant, married a cheat-the-monger. Ath fell in love with her from the front, and he hath an overseer and making a fortune. In other words, if you're an overseer or something, you know, a kind of a charge and kind of a guy. Louisa is, of course, far more prominent than Rachel, and is also less stereotyped, particularly in the early and middle sections of the book. She is interestingly enigmatic and secretive, and Dickens makes effective use of silence in her character. In her characterization, as in the powerful social scene. Book 1, chapter 15. Except for Mr. Sparsit, all the women, I'm nearly finished now, I've got 2 more paragraphs, fairly long ones. Except for Mr. Sparsit, all the women in hard times are associated in the traditional manner with love, sympathy, and a desire to serve others. Dickens stressed the material side of the circus women, and as already stated, it is Sissy the power of, it had granted Sissy the power of affection, who acts in Dickens' scheme, as the agent of an embryonic feminization or humanization of society, a pattern seen to some extent in other industrial novels such as Charlotte Bronte's Shirley or in Mrs. Gaskell's Mary Burton and North and South. Our last picture of we're nearly finished now. Our last picture of a humanized Gradgrind is of a white-haired, decrepit man making his facts and figures subservient to faith, hope, and charity, and no longer trying to grind that heavenly trio in his dusty little mills. Faith, hope, and charity being ground down in the mills. That's a good, yeah, wow. Dickens is not optimistic. Gradgrind is shown as derided, but as making a small impact in reforming his former associates and working for the good of society. Hard Times was underrated in Dickens' lifetime, but is now one of his most discussed works. What we may see as its flaws and ambivalences are historically revealing and are one of the reasons for the attention it has commanded in recent years. It is unusually interesting among his novels, an attempt to do something he had never done before, to construct a tight and concentrated attack upon the theories and attitudes prevailing in his time, and still in ours. Dickens' protagonist in Hard Times is the heart of industrial society, he wrote in a letter to a friend a few months after finishing that the idea for the novel had laid hold of me by the throat in a very violent manner, and it was this well-focused fire, what George Orwell called Dickens' generous anger, that gives Hard Times its immense power. D.J. Thorold, Senior Lecturer in English at the University of Westminster. There you go, that's the introduction. Really interesting, that. Fantastic. Yeah. So, yeah, then you could start reading the book, you know. Good book. Good book. There we go. Charles Dickens, you know, at least he had a go. He didn't say enough, because I think that was just because he didn't want to get stabbed in the back, you know, or whatever. It's kind of like, I don't know, suffer some really bad consequences from what he knew were the evil ones in power, basically. At least he exposed them, but he, you know, was a bit soft on, you know, I don't know. He's a bit sort of kind of dismissive of workers getting their rights properly, you know what I mean? Kind of, you know, saying that you just go to arbitration rather than having a strike. I think, for God's sake, I think what we should be having now is a bloody general strike right now. Down tools completely till they stop spraying the shit out of the skies. Yeah. And stop all this ridiculous world economic decorum. Wouldn't that be nice? You know, the World Economic Forum. And of course, decorum is, you know, a much nicer word. World Economic Decorum. Imagine if we could get one of those set up. I'm thinking of setting up a bit of a satire on the World Economic Forum, and you know, doing a complete, you know, hatchet job on them if I can, and try and get Schwab in the, you know, you know, level my full acumen and mental acuity at our future king, who's standing up there pontificating about climate lockdowns and ridiculous bullshit like that, when they're the ones that's causing the climate changes by their economic by the climate engineering. Climate change was an idea dreamt up by a guy called Maurice Strong in a secret society called the Club of Rome. I can't remember exactly what year it was, but he said basically we need something blah 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 to tick all these boxes to bring in these tyrannies and stuff like that. And he thought climate change, in inverted commas, is actually written out. It's got leaked out, this thing. Yeah, I can read it. I can read the actual document if you want. He said climate change would seem to fit the bill. In other words, so we're inventing this climate change scenario, you know what I mean, where it would be the public's problems for the climate's changing and every anomaly in the climate, whereas in fact it's the climate engineers engineering the climate, all the floods and the droughts and the shifting switchback temperatures here, there and everywhere, It's absolutely gross deception, honestly. It's absolutely massive lie. It's a hugely disgusting lie, probably the biggest lie yet perpetrated, is the climate change lie and the green agenda. Absolute BS, little kids, digging in the mines for the cobalt, for the batteries and the lithium and all that stuff, the cobalt for the mobile phone, the battery for the various stuff for the mobile phone, batteries for the lithium batteries, little kiddies doing it, yeah, lungs getting full of shit, working for God knows how many hours, 12 hours a day, probably, wouldn't be surprised. Nothing seems to have changed since Dickens' day, has it? It's absolutely disgusting what goes on. I mean, I remember seeing a video about Adidas, whatever it's called, Adidas or whatever it was, or the swoosh company. Is that the same guy? The same people, the swoosh people? Stupid tickety-boo business. Tickety fuck off, that's what I say. Tick the box and fuck off, I don't want to buy any of their shit. I wouldn't dream of wearing any of their shit. That's why I wear a hat that's totally nondescript, doesn't have a tick on it. It's just got this, I call it chemtrail going across. Whatever, it says absolutely bugger all on it, but I'm thinking of writing something on it, like look up here. We can do it in fairly neat, so it looks as if it's bought from, a proper manufacturer. I think I can do a bit of acrylic paint and some stencils to make quite a good job of it. Yeah, so maybe I'll do that. But I've tried to do that. It's rather annoying, really, as far as geoengineeringwatch.org goes, Dane Wigington's website. I've contacted them numerous times, trying to buy merchandise, and when I tried to get them to send it to me, it says unavailable for shipping outside the United Kingdom. So I queried that with geoengineeringwatch.org, and they've never got back to me on it. They've said, "Oh, we're busy at the moment. Yeah, we've snowed under with work. Blah blah blah. We'll get back to you," but they haven't. So I don't know what's going on there. I'm a bit pissed off with that. I'm also pissed off with Dane Wigington, really. Well, there's several things I could pull him up on. Because, for example, he's featured in David Yates' book, Climate Fake, which is what they're doing, they're faking the climate. Yeah? And I've yet to see a link for Climate Fake, the book, on geoengineeringwatch.org. Yeah? Why is that the case? Why has everything got to be, you know, geoengineering watch, fully produced and blah 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 blah. Thinking, you know what I mean? Why not allow grassroots people like David Yates the oxygen of publicity, and sell some of his books, get some of them off the shelves, because he tells it in straight, layman's terms. A lot of the people in there are very heartfelt people and ordinary people speaking their minds, instead of the complicated people with all the facts and figures and all the bum-numbing statistics and nanoparticulate levels of this, that, and the other, and to an nth degree, going into all the this scintilla, the tiniest little details of climate engineering waffle in particular, particularly in that Deming film. Have you seen the Deming? It is an essential film. It is a very good film, but there's about 20 minutes you can just totally ignore, and that is when, you can watch it if you want to be an anorak, but it absolutely bored me stiff. And that's where they're in the lab, they're all in the coats, and they've got the goggles on and all this jazz, and they're looking at screens, and they're analysing the nanoparticulates for aluminium, barium, strontium, all the other shit that's in them, which is fair enough, but they're going on a bum-numbing length for about 20-25 minutes, and, it's just a load of people, the screen's going, oh, this is this and that's that. And it's obvious that they're not going to start telling lies in the middle of a full truth film, is it? So you can take it as read that they've done the research, and you could have done that section in about 3 minutes. We've analysed this, that, and the other in the nanoparticles. Yeah, if you'd like to know more, then we refer you to another video, which is a technical video for all the people who want to be technically totally informed, which the average Joe does not need to be technically informed and be bored to death for a 25-minute section of a film which lasts for 1 hour and 59 minutes or 58 minutes, almost 2 hours long, and you could have almost taken half an hour out. There's other sections as well where they're in the plane and they're doing the aerial tests. I mean, that repeats itself. You've seen it once, you could have condensed that down. They could have took another 20 minutes out of the film there. So then you've reduced it down to a sort of manageable level where the average Joe might sit there with his popcorn and actually watch a whole lot straight through. Whereas a 2-hour film is too much for anybody, unless you want to watch It's a Mad, 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 Mad World. If you remember that one, it went on for about almost 3 hours, I think. Good film, very funny. But that could have done with editing, something like that. But no, it's a pretty damn funny film. But you've got to watch it in 2-3 goes at least. It is a funny film. Some great moments in it. Yeah, it's actually well. Anyway, especially when he kicks the bucket, they go. I won't spoil it for you, but he just sailed out there. Fantastic film. Really funny. Really good character actors in there. Terry Thomas is in there, and of course Terry Thomas, you remember him, I think you're an absolute Shah. Absolute Shah, used to say, and he said the cat teeth. I've nearly got them as well, but I don't look anything like Terry Thomas. But he died penniless virtually. I mean, this man's talent is totally ripped off by the commercial system because he wasn't. You know what I mean? If you're not kind of commercially minded or financially minded, you do get just totally ripped off. That's what happens. You're naive in that respect, or what I mean, or you're not paying attention, you're more concerned with your arts and your performances, stuff like that. Yeah, they don't care. Of course they don't care. Absolutely. Yeah, the leaders are unfeeling animals, absolutely true. And the children, yeah, very scared for them. Yeah, yeah. I'm scared for everyone as well. Yeah, you're scared for your own poor child, aren't you? Poor autistic child, you know, with your leaking roof, leaking over her bed. It's not right, is it? You know? And that tree wafting in the wind when they blow the bloody wind like hell, you know, to create chaos for people. You know, see the harm that they're doing. They don't feel, there's no feelings whatsoever. They've had all sentient feelings and empathy and fellow feeling, you know, everything, all caring, deleted from the gene pool. Yeah. These are the most reprehensible scum. And they've got everything now. They own everything. And now they want to own all what we've got. Yeah, remember that World Economic destruction, you know? You'll own nothing and be happy. That's a significant threat. What they're saying is they're going to take everything off us, throw us into the 15-minute cities, wherever they are, yeah? And we're going to own fuck all except what they want to give us, if anything. And the future king's going all along with it. He's all in with it. Yeah, we thought Charlie Boy was a bit, you know, a bit on the dodgy side, but this goes beyond dodgy, doesn't it? In fact, it was him who came up with the Operation Golden Orb in 2016. And that was the Great Reset. I think he was the first one to actually say that thing in a document that got leaked out of the Golden Orb job. That's it, it's in there, the Great Reset. I think he's the first, you know, Burke who said that. Can I call the future king a Burke? Certainly is a Burke. Yeah? He's a monstrous carbuncle, in fact. He once called certain architecture a monstrous carbuncle. But he's turning into one, isn't he? You know, himself. Yeah? And he'll be wearing the carbuncle, which is another name for a jewel, isn't it? Yeah? There's a great book by Nathaniel Hawthorne, which I read when I was about 22, something like that. And it's called, I think it's called The Great Carbuncle. It's wonderful. It's absolutely amazing book. Nathaniel Hawthorne. He also wrote a book called The Scarlet Letter, which is about, what is it about? Anyway, it doesn't matter. You can research that because my brain's just gone totally out of the window. Yeah. But yeah. Is it the Great Carbuncle or the Giant Carbuncle or something like that? Anyways, Nathaniel, just tap in Nathaniel Hawthorne, go to LibriVox or something like that, you know, the Great Carbuncle or the Giant, yeah, no, the Great Carbuncle, I'm pretty sure it is the Great Carbuncle. Nathaniel, tap in Carbuncle, Nathaniel Hawthorne, and you should get the book. It's really funny characters in it. I mean, it depends on the readers whether it comes across well or not. But that book I was on about before is called A Confederacy of Dunces. I recommend it to everyone. It's so funny, it's hilarious. It's 13 and a half hours long. You can go to sleep to it. The guy who reads it is a guy called, what's his name? Oh dear, what's his first name? I can't remember his first name. His second name is Whitener. Remember the soap ads, the blue whitener? How the hell can you have a blue whitener? You know what I mean? They're putting blue in it, aren't they? They're putting blue dye in it, and you know, because it blue, slightly blue, you're thinking, oh, it's the blue white here. Just not put the dye in it in the first place and just wash the damn clothes. Stop putting so many damn chemicals in it. And then there's the illusion of choice, isn't there, with the Procter and Gamble and all that lot. You think, oh, what should we get this week, maybe? Should we get some Ariel or should we get some this, that, and the other? Should we get some bold? Let's be bold and get some bold, bold. What's bold? Bold over, aren't they? The profits they're making out of soap. It's a joke, isn't it? Yeah. When I was at home, what I used to get is soap flakes, something called soap flakes, and you just bang them in your machine, and they're just natural flakes, and that's it. Or if I did buy washing powder, if I was short on money, I'd buy washing powder, but I'd buy the cheapest, nastiest washing powder I could get, and put whatever the recommended amount was, I'd put about a third of it in. You know what I mean? And that did it. And it washed my clothes fine. You know what I mean? It's fine, honestly. It's bullshit. You need so much powder. It's just toxic waste, isn't it? You don't need so much powder. You just need soap and water, and reasonable. I don't know, an hour's washing cycle. The machine does that with all the beating around. You know what I mean? The machine, the drum doing it all that shit. You scrub your clothes at home with a bar of soap. You know what I mean? When you get your jeans, yeah, all that lot, you can scrub around, the middle areas of them, where they might got a bit sweaty in the day or something like that. Yeah? Scrub around the middle areas of them, scrub out any dogs that have been pawing you, while you've been out on your walk and that. And then when you get in the shower, put your jeans on. Put the soap in. I've done this loads of times. Many times to save me with having piles and piles of washing. So you get in the shower, get the bar of soap. Yeah, you're fully clothed sometimes, honestly, to clean my clothes. Yeah, so you're washing your armpits. Yeah, through your shirt. You know what I mean? Your shirt's getting washed at the same time, and you're washing your other bits through your jeans or whatever. Yeah, and getting all the shit off them. Just hang them up to dry. They're done. Sorted. Especially if you can put them out on the line in the sunshine. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, they're done. The sunlight sterilises your clothes anyway. No problem. What is the big problem with these bloody stupid people who buy all these products with all the, ridiculous number of chemicals in absolutely everything, foods and everything else? All new comments. That's the belong. I love your comments, Roger. You're really good. Yeah. Oh, that's one of my best ones of yours there. Like, I'm feeling animals. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. They're not animals. They're entities. I don't think they're even really properly sentient. You know what I mean? They don't properly have the same kind of they just don't have the consciousness that we've got. They don't have the they don't have the empathy. They don't have bugger all. They just don't have the heart. They're just heartless. That's what they are. Yeah, if you're not a bit scared by now, you bloody well should be. Because it's not just coming for me and Rose Jane. It's coming for the lot of you. Yeah, you're rich people and all that. You might have £1 million, and rightly so. If you've earned it and worked for it, and you're employing, say, 100 people or whatever, you might have a couple of £1 million in you know, a nice bit of a lifestyle, you know, and you're hoping for a nice retirement because you've worked hard for it. That's fair enough. What I'm on about is unbridled capitalism, total laissez-faire, total free trade with no checks and balances on what a person can earn. If that was put in place in the 1830s or whatever, because Dickens did go anywhere near, you know what I mean, he touched on it, but he didn't go for the neck. He should have gone for it and just said, look, you know, let's have a cap on how much people can actually own. Yeah, because if two people can actually own, I don't know, you know, a couple of £1 billion, and they amalgamate, you know, then they create a bigger entity, don't they? Then they amalgamate with bigger entities, and it all just gets faster and bigger, and it all gets, you know, power corrupts, doesn't it? Absolutely. They start pushing people around like, you know, just sheep and cattle and chess pieces, you know, pawns. It's really shit. Anyway, yeah. So, you know, no guests on tonight except for the previous guest. Yeah, I don't care, no. I don't. Great Rose Jane, good supporter, spot on. You know what, I've not been to visit your channel. Yeah, I was saying that the other day, wasn't I? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I've got shit to do, though, haven't I? You know what I mean? I can't visit everyone all the time. I really want to do. I visited Wanda the other day. Yeah. She's appreciative of that. And I've visited a lot of people. I don't know why I've forgotten you. I don't know. Just don't know. Just do a few. And then I don't know. I mean, some of these Sky videos, to be honest with you, what I do is I bang them on. And I can see straight away what's going on. You know, you just want to look at it, you know, a quick scan of the thing, and then I don't need to hear it all. I speed it up, you know, like 3/4 speed, you know what I mean? So I can hear everything David's saying, David Yates, and, you know, other people. You know, I speed it up because sometimes rather than just have it at normal thingy, you know, I've got pressing time. I've got limited time in the day, and they make you do things here and stuff, and there's set times for meals and all that, and stuff like that, and, you know, what you want for dinner and blah, blah, blah. And you've got to appear to be kind of engaging a bit, otherwise you'll be classed as having a mental condition, you know, and you're knackered again, aren't you? You know, last thing I want is a reassessment of bullshit, and, you know, and I'm stuck here forever. So anyway, but then it'll, I don't know, maybe I'll get set free, I don't know for a bit. So a knock on the door, you know, yeah. Oh, well, everyone said a bit, read a bit, and hope you enjoyed the stream. We've been on for 3 hours. It's enough, innit? I'm totally knackered now. Are you tired, Rose? Yeah. So what I could do? Play you out with a bit of guitar or something. I think it's something quiet. We get the thing. We get this phone balanced up. Might do. no words required, really, but yeah. Take care of you. Love you. Somehow, I don't know how it's going to work. We've got to get people paying attention and get people listening to proper shit instead of these big, massively egotistical prats who prattle on about everything. They're always on about what somebody else said, aren't they? They're always on about. I've noticed that instead of keeping onto the issues, you're reporting all the time on what the media's saying about this. Stop the media. We know they're full of shit. Why do we want to listen to them for? What we've got to do is think about what our strategy is. Yeah? And then we get people's attention then, you see, because they go, hey, hang on, this is different, isn't it? You know, this is quite a good way of looking at the world. Yeah? Really want to have one world order. Yeah? One regime. Only one viewpoint. It's pathetic, isn't it, with the diversity in that? Huh? But the only reason they can bring the one world order in is because they've got the lie of climate change. Yeah, and they're the ones changing. They're the ones engineering all the catastrophes and all that. Earthquakes, tornadoes, and all that. Yeah, they can do all that shit. Yeah, have you seen a film called Holes in Heaven? That's a good film. You know, what about HARP? What that's capable of? There's loads of facilities of that all over the place. All this street furniture knocking about, all these funny poles, you know. Yeah, they're all part of it. Using frequency to drag all this shit around, you know. People don't understand how it works. I'm going to do a video to tell you exactly how these particles perform, you know, in layman's terms. Basically, all it is spraying the shit out, you know. Some of it to obviously destroy, you know, crops and stuff like that, you know what I mean, through drought and deluge. Deluge, you know, to sort of swamp everything out. They're using it to poison soils as well, so the seeds are less effective. So you've got to buy aluminium resistant seeds from, you know, we know who. Yeah, and it's just bullshit, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. So that's one of the things. But what they do with the desiccant, because these particles are desiccants, a lot of them, they catch hold of the oxygen molecule of the water molecules, which obviously contain oxygen as well. The water molecules, because the desiccants, they have an effect where they just hoover them up. They're like a magnet. Yeah. So they hoover them up. You know, and they can move them around. They can ionize the air. Yeah. And then drag it along with frequency. And just magnetize the lot, if you like. Drag it along, just like iron filings on, you know, just put a sheet of paper down and just, you know, have your magnet underneath it and just, you know, drag them along, you know, wherever you want them. So if, say, it's beginning to rain over a certain country as a natural thing, you can then go over it and beam some frequency to get that rain pushed out and away. And also seed the air above them rain clouds to soak up the rain with these particles, which are powdered poison pretending to be clouds. That's what you've got to realise. That's what it is. It's powdered poison. It's nothing to do with vapor this, vapor that. It's nothing to do with it. It's powdered poison pretending to be clouds. And anyway, it's very complicated. Well, it's a bit complicated, but it's simple as well. It is a simple way of describing it. You know, there's so many complexity people, complexitizing, if that's a word. It's a good one, complexitization. Right, okay, everybody, let's go for decentralization and complexitization and reflexitization and reflexology with the feet. Let's get our feet marching down the old. Yeah, let's get the the massive protest rolling somehow. I don't know how, but we've got to do it. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I wish I wasn't so tired to explain it a bit more for another 10 minutes, but I think I've got to stop now. I'm knackered. I'm totally knackered. I need a cup of tea. Is that all right? So, I just hope that one of these days someone follows a couple of my videos and just goes, hang on a minute, mate. Yeah, that's all right. I'm going to bang that up on my website or whatever, or, I'm going to share it, That's one thing ever since I've had my channel, I've never said like, share, and subscribe once, I don't think. It's just one video I did recently, which I've kind of, I've asked a couple of people in the comments, maybe it'd be alright if they shared it out because it's pretty good. Well, I like it anyway. They won't like it, but, obviously. But if you listen to it all the way through, give it a little bit of attention. The recording quality is crap, but the satire is bang on. The sentiment is bang on. And a lot of the actual music is bang on as well. A lot of playing on guitar. I actually surprised myself because I just did it all in stream of consciousness. I wasn't thinking about anything. And sometimes it's the best way to go. It's like you've been took over by, a higher force. You know what I mean? Just, you know what I mean? Or whatever, or you're channeling some, wise, wise kind of mind, from centuries ago, whatever, Because we are what we are. We're all a combination of all that's gone before. We're not our mum and dad. We're not half of a mum and half of a dad. We're everything else that's gone before that, and before that, and before that, and before that. We're all the way back to Adam and Steve. Was it Adam and Steve? Oh no, Adam and Eve, that was it. Yeah, that doesn't matter, does it? If it was Adam and Steve, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? He could have, he could have, I'm talking of he, as in the so-called God, which is an inversion of dog, obviously. So they just, everything's upside down, isn't it? As above, so below, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, we've got that problem, the Adam and Steve problem. So we've got Adam and Steve there, and of course, where did they come from? And where did God come from with his apparent, maleness? And does he really need, is it necessary for God to have gonads? And if so, who's God's wife? I mean, the Almighty God, not, the Almighty God. Yeah, rather than, You know what I mean? What's it all about? What came first, the chicken or the egg? Got to be the chicken, isn't it? Otherwise, it wouldn't be an egg there. But then again, maybe not. So, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, that's a bit of if some people might see that as a, what do you call it, a homophobic joke, Adam and Steve, kind of thing. but it's not. I'm not homophobic at all. You know, people are what they are, aren't they? One of my favourite poems is the Ballad of Reading Jail, Oscar Wilde. That's a fantastic poem. I recommend that one. Spot on. It's really good. The idea that people, consensual people can't do what they want, in their own bedrooms. Doesn't matter, does it? They do what they want. If they're both happy with it, they get on with it. Doesn't matter if it's female and female, does it? Doesn't bother me. It's not harming me. It's not harming me too blokes. But you shouldn't push this stuff onto little children at school or sex education or all that. It's just pissing with their mind before they've even developed maturity or whatever. You know what I mean? It's pathetic. Let them make their own mind up when they're ready. Give them some guidance when they're very near to puberty, I guess, really near to it. Not when they're bloody 5-year-old or whatever it is, Just respect everyone, but you don't just, go into the details, this, that, and the other. Anyway, I'll leave you with a quote from a guy from the great book, A Confederacy of Dunces. Yeah, it's from a Jonathan Swift phrase, who says, Jonathan Swift says, it's a quote from Jonathan Swift, if I get it right: whenever a genius arrives in the world, you can be sure there'll be well, I'm not sure what he says right at the end. Yeah, whenever a genius appears in the world, you can be certain that a confederate of dunces will something to oppose them or something at the end. I can't remember the exact quote, but that's where he got the book title from, Jonathan Swift, from that quote. So he called it A Confederacy of Dunces, and that is a guy called J.K. Toole, John Kennedy Toole, Toole, and he, unfortunately, he didn't live to see his book published. He, I don't know why, but he, I don't know. I think he drove out for a few days and then decided to do himself in, and he committed suicide at age 32. When he could have done some really great books after that one. That's a really fantastic read. Well, listen to it on YouTube as well, but like when you read a book yourself and then you listen to it, it's never as good. You know what I mean? As your own imagination. But this guy put so much into it that I think, I think he did an absolutely splendid job. Really good. Yeah. Yeah, the narration's fantastic. Anyway, one of these black guys works in a factory, and there's been some, I don't know, cacophony going on and all this lot. And I don't know, they'd be singing songs or something, or some spirituals or something and all this lot, And this guy, obviously church going kind of guy, he stands up and whatever, he just goes, "Oh Jesus, you give me peace when you're keeping away damn police. Oh Jesus, you give me peace when you're keeping away damn police." Anyway, good night, Rose Jane. I'm going now. they don't have a heart. You're right. Yeah. Thanks, Wanda, as well. I know you didn't make it tonight, but you did make it. In virtual reality world, you made it. Yeah, because I made it happen for you. Yeah, and you made it happen for me. It's just, yeah, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. She's got to be one of the best live streams ever, isn't it? Of course. Eh? You know, like if you could rate live streams, so many of them are just full of just factual trash. You know, you don't really need to know. You know, bum-numbing quotes from politicians and stupid analysis of every jot and tittle of what's said in the newspapers and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And all these so-called pundits and commentators and all that lot. You know, it's just recycling the same trash. And the people who write the trash want them to carry on talking about their trash. But as soon as we just start ignoring their trash, just saying thank you, yes, we're not going to listen to the World Economic bullshit. We're going to have World Economic decorum, thank you very much, and we're going to keep hold of our property and our money, what little power we have. And we're going to, try and forge a free society out of the ashes of what appears to be almost a prison state at the moment. It's going that way if we're not very, very careful. Anyway, on that thrilling note, I think I think we're up to just close now. Let's pray to the universe. Our universe, who are all around us, who gave us life, gave us a chance. Unconditional, universal, unconditional love, like a good mother's love for her child. She will always forgive them, no matter what. It's not dependent on faith, it's not dependent on scripture, it's not dependent on prophecy. It just is. It's love itself. Yeah. And when you look up to the stars, when we can see them, that is, which is very rarely. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the sky so high, like a diamond in the sky. So much there, and so much here. We've never been to the moon. That's an absolute con. No one was going to get to the moon if it could be done. The Russians would have done it. The first satellite, Sputnik, Laika the dog, Yuri Gagarin, all in inner space. Can't go to outer space because of the Van Allen belt. Simple as. Anyway, universal peace, please. Come on, all you intellectuals out there. Use your brains and stop listening to these stupid pricks who are trying to push you to do their bidding, yeah, and enslave you. And can you really guarantee that you'll be safe with all your family and your extended family and all that, yeah, when they've implemented all their final, lockdowns on all our freedoms? Can you really be sure of the future? It's about time to step forward and join the team, Yeah. Join the love wave. Yeah. Join the good people of the world. Good versus evil. Full stop. Not just any old evil. Monstrous, sickening, sick evil. Monstrous, evil, sickness. Possibly imaginable. Okay. Are you with us, or are you against us? To paraphrase the criminal Bush, are you with the state terrorists, or against them, and with us? We shall see. Right, all be revealed in the fullness of time. Yeah, God help us all, eh? If there is one. And if there isn't, well, that doesn't matter anyway. The universe will take care of itself, and there'll be a next dimension anyway, so don't worry about it. I'm rather looking forward to it. But yeah, I mean, you can't worry about death, can you? It's easy to fall off a log, isn't it? It's not as if it's never happened before, is it? It's not as if you're the first, is it? Why do people panic, Oh, I've only got 3 weeks to live. Congratulations, you're going somewhere better than this place. Yeah. I suppose, they've still got all their faculties and all that lot, and they're not, but if you're 96 or something, you've got 3 weeks to live, and you really want to cling on to life just accept it and just go, wow, it's been nice knowing your family, and all that. Been nice seeing the bees and the trees and the butterflies and the wonderful animals, and just little things fluttering about in small little communities. Yeah, tries to be a greedy git like Sir David Twattenborough, with his filthy carbon footprints all over the bloody world. He's flying all over the place, creating this ridiculous environmental tourism job, where they think they're right, because he's been there, he's put this longing to go and see the elephants for themselves. I haven't got a longing to see an elephant. I've seen one. I've seen one in the zoo. I mean, I didn't like seeing it in the zoo. I'd rather see it in Africa, but it doesn't really matter. I can imagine it. I've got imagination. I don't need to go there. I can imagine a rainforest. I don't want to go there and trample all over everything in the rainforest. Do I? And frighten the birds off with my Nikon camera. Yeah? Or whatever it is. I remember that bird in, I don't know what, it wasn't an Attenborough program, it was somebody else. I did watch a couple of his. Not because I liked him. As soon as I saw his face, I used to just turn the volume down. And just turn my face away from the screen, come back about 5 minutes later, and hopefully his face or backside wouldn't be in view. Yeah, so yeah, it's also about face, isn't it? I mean, how many copulations has he done on all these programs? Or, elephants going for it, tigers going for it, every bloody animal. the whole plethora of them, even little, I don't know, snails probably, and, you know, all sorts of stuff. You know what I mean? Obsessed with sex. It's typical BBC, you know, the lowest common denominator, you know. Animals have sex. Oh, wow, that's a revelation. How did anything ever get here? You know what I mean? Oh, by the way, they have sex. Oh, so what? Do we really have to go and see it in bomb-numbing detail and all that? No, we don't. We don't need to do it. We certainly don't need to trample all over the rainforest and jet out there to watch everything that Sir David Attenborough watched, you know. And you only get to be a sir if you're a Attenborough type of person, yeah. And look at his brother as well, and all the horrible films, yeah, all the violent films, nasty little films, yeah. Most of them nasty little films, just to freak you out and get you scared. It's like the bollocks, isn't it? Eh? Family of manipulators with minds, you know. And Schwarzenberg's thinking he's writing with the climate change business, you know, which is a fucking lie invented by Maurice Strong of the Club of Rome and all that. Yeah, Club of Rome. When in Rome, do the Romans. Yeah. Do the Club of Rome. So, yeah, bollocks to them lot. Yeah. Just got to forget these people. Just phase them out. Just freeze them out. Just don't give them any credence. Don't give them the oxygen of publicity, to use a Margarita Thatcher. You know, I would, yeah, with her. Oh dear, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it is awful what they're doing. You've been up since 8 yesterday. Wow. 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 Do you know what? I'm doing another live stream in an hour and a half. So you're going to be up for even longer. No, I'm only kidding. Just roasting. You get some kip, love. Yeah. I'll try and get a couple of hours anyway. But, you know, I had a couple of hours sleep last night. Just about an hour and a half, actually. But, you know, yeah. There's no time to sleep, is there? Not really. There's too much going on, isn't there? There's too much to think about. Get on with it, you know what I mean? Yeah, we might be a bit knackered, but at least we can still think. Just about. You're brilliant. Excellent job. Yeah, it certainly is. Anyway. Anyway, anyone out there, right, would like to see an interesting video? I'm going to promoting myself now. Yeah. Whip over to my channel and listen to my excellent sarcastic efforts on my latest uploaded little video. That isn't a live stream. I'm sticking to live streams now from now on till that particular video of mine's got at least 1,000 views. But it deserves it because it's the best work I've ever done off the top of my head in a perfect little vignette, if you like. You know, it's just a stream of consciousness job, and it came out, you know, absolutely nailed it. Totally nailed it, and nobody's even watched it hardly. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the figures today, whether anyone's sharing it or not. I don't know, but I did have a brief look at the notifications. You know what I mean? And I didn't see any pictures of this crazy git making faces. This kind of job, which is features rather largely in the video. It's absolutely fantastic video. So if you like sarcasm, bit of comedy, and incisive journalism from a totally different perspective, have a check on that one. Okay, thank you very much. Yay. So have a look at that. I can't remember the damn name of what I called it. I'll have to have a look. I can't remember the title of the damn thing. Anyway, it's the first one that's up there. You know. Yeah, if it gets 1 million views, it'll probably, you know, I don't know, that'll be all right. But it needs sharing and saving to everyone's devices, just in case they decide to destroy it because it's too pertinent, too, you know, revealing of their scams, you know, and everything else. Yeah. Very, very sarcastic, extremely sarcastic. Really funny little bit on there. Yeah, I was really proud of it. It's like when you get lurkers, isn't it? And I was saying that. Oh, what did I say? I can't remember. I said something about a lurker in the middle of it. You can't really hear it very well on the video. But yeah, I'll have to write it down. What the full lyric of the whole bloody thing, the whole bumbling thing is. You know what I mean? It's 8 minutes long, but it's worth staying to it. It's like 3 little songs in one, with I don't know, 2 or 3 bits of comedy thrown in as well. You know, where I've just gone on one totally just boop, 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 boop. Completely mental. Yeah, did God have parents? Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's the same with the chicken and egg job, isn't it? What came before, the God or the idea of God? You know, if you know, I think people have just been spiritual all the time. You know, the indigenous Americans. You know, I don't even like calling them Indians really, because that's Captain Cook. Not Captain Cook. What's the name? Was it Columbus? Yes, Columbus, wasn't it? Yeah, supposedly. But someone got there before him, anyway. Can't remember who. Apparently someone got there before Columbus. But it doesn't necessarily claim it like he did, or name it like he did. I don't know. I can't remember. Sod it. I don't care. Not really bothered. I don't know everything. I'm not expecting to know everything. But I know enough, you see. Enough's enough, and enough for me. You know, if you want to get into rhetoric and argumentative twaddle, you know what I mean, that's for the politicians. Leave it to them to talk the donkey's legs off these semantic donkeys and whatever. The donkey's legs off the hind legs off the donkeys. No, I don't know. Talk the ears off the donkey, yeah. Yeah. All carrot and stick, innit, you know. It was husband, innit? Yeah, so it was later on in life, and everything's later on. In a bit, you know, jam tomorrow, you know. It's just great, you know, these ridiculous things the politicians come up with. This thing, levelling up business, have you heard about that? We've got this thing in Britain called levelling up. Well, that's Dickens on about. Levelling up, it's hilarious. Yeah, and then you've got all these community initiatives and shit like that. It's all a front for just social engineering and trying to get people to think in the same bloody way and all that jazz. Anyway, you've got psyops within psyops, haven't they? You know what I mean? Oh, we went off screen there for a second. It's like Russian dolls, isn't it? You know what I mean? So. Just there's another psyop in that one. Sort of an infinite Russian doll job. Getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So you have to get you know, your what do you call it, electron microscope on the bladder to see it. Yeah, so there we go. Anyway, I better go. Rose Jane, go to sleep, please. Instead you say goodnight, I'm not getting off the screen. Right, tell me to go, because I need to go now before I say something I may regret in the future. I refer the honourable member to the reply I gave some moments ago. Yeah, right. Honourable member. They're always honourable, aren't they? You know what I mean? What's honourable about making laws to enslave people and piss people around? Nothing honourable about it at all. What I should say, I refer the privileged gentleman to my privilege of not telling you what I said because I don't want to. Because I'm richer than you, so you can bugger off. And I'm Prime Minister now. And my name's Sunak, or whatever it is. Shumac. And I love me trees. The Shumac's a tree, isn't it? It's a very poisonous tree. But he's not called that, he's called Sunak or something. Anyway, what's the crack, Sunak? What are you up to, eh? Billionaire. I think you can give us a scare, don't you? Your climate bloody change bullshit. Well, you know it's frigging lies. Because we've seen it in the skies. Yeah. The climate lockdown's my foot, honestly. People fall for that. They're real absolute jerks. You know, people need to watch that film, The Dimming, definitely. And Dane Wigington needs to crop off at least 45 minutes off that film. Get it re-edited, you know what I mean? Yeah. I could do a better job on my own home computer. I could re-edit it probably, you know what I mean? If I got the right software on it. I don't know, I'm not good at stuff like that, but I'm sure I could do it if I got some help off somebody. I could re-edit the film into sort of like, you know, an hour and 20 minutes. Everyone can understand, everyone bloody watch. And make it more gripping and exciting because I don't a bit of drama, you know. I mean, that's one thing that really pisses me off about Dane Wigington. We'll never let anyone else do the global alert, you know what I mean? Why can't I have a woman giving the global alert? I get sick to death of his voice, to be honest with you. It's the same old bloody, you know what I mean? He's got the same script every week. Well, obviously the facts have changed because the weather engineers are doing different things here, there, and everywhere. But it's the same old shit over and over again. Yeah. And he's always reporting what they're saying. These ridiculous people like AccuWeather, who aren't accurate at all about anything. They're all these controlled, you know, entities and all that. Like, it's sort of like taking them on. There's no point. Just ignore them. Ignore them. Just state what's happened. Right, this week we've had massive floods. We've had dolphins in the hundreds washing up on the, you know, seas of the Baltic, blah, 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 this and other. Whales washing up here, there, and everywhere. Whales damaged by sonar from the damn submarines. You know, we've got, you know, ozone's down to, where's it down to now? God, I can't remember. Yeah, it's 10% of what it should be in the North Sea. That was done last year. It's probably less than that now. It's ridiculous. And ozone was just supposed to be the richest source of oxygen on the planet. And number two is the trees, which are being cut down all the time. I mean, it's just mad, isn't it? Did I say ozone? No, I wasn't on about ozone. What was I on about? Did I say ozone then? Ozone, what am I talking about? I'm talking about what's in the matter? Not algae, what's it called? You know, I'm tired, I can't think straight now. I knew I'd mess up right at the end. Now, what am I talking about? Jeez. Honestly, what do you call that? Little shellfish type thing it is in the sea. I forgot what it's called. My mind's just going nuts. Too tired. What is it? What's that thing? This is kind of a shellfish kind of thing, really minute. I can't think of the damn name of it. It's not algae, but it's, you know. What the hell's it called? It's certainly not ozone, that's upstairs. That's getting depleted all the time by the climate engineering and HARP and this space bullshit being fired up there. Every time they do that, it blasts a hole in the ozone layer about 30 miles. Every time they do a launch, about 30 miles wide, it's blasting in the ozone layer. Yeah, so plankton, that's what it is. Plankton's down to 10%. Yeah. Not ozone, I don't know why I said ozone, it's just tiredness. You know, give it a break. Been on for 4 hours and 6. I didn't sleep very well last night. I'm knackered. Plankton's down to 10% in the North Sea. And that came out of Edinburgh University last year. You know. Yeah, you know I'm knackered now, don't you? You've got an idea. I'm totally knackered. I can't bloody remember the plankton job, did I? Yeah. Oh, good night. Thank you. You can see how knackered I am, can't you? I love you, girl. You're beautiful. You're such a wonderful person. You're not just nice to me, you're nice to everyone. Every channel that you visit and I see your comments. You're just totally nice to everyone. Oh. Hope you get that roof sorted or something. Get the hell out of that bloody place where you are, you know. Yeah. Take care. Alright, let's go. Let's go before we end up loving. Fucking over up against it, aren't we? Come on, fucking give us some help, you fucking assholes out there. Give us some fucking help. Good people are fucking suffering from these fucking pricks. Okay, good night, everyone. Thank you.